Welcome to the sandbox section of today's stream. The music will come back right now. As always, the VOD viewers, you don't get the music that we hear on live, but it's fine. Live viewers, they get like, they're forced to listen to drum and bass because it's like, that's the only music that I can listen to while I'm doing this. So, it'd be weird if I listen to a song and I'm bopping my head to a different song while all of you are listening to something else. DMCA has our balls in the vice grip. I probably that the VOD is absolutely going to get demolished in metrics because I said balls way too soon. Anyways, welcome to the sandbox segment. One of you on the YouTube comments said, "What'd you say again?" It was really funny actually. I'm waiting for them to reply to make a spiritual joke. I'm waiting for them to reply to make a spiritual joke. So I'm waiting for them to go I don't know what this is, man, my idea was to go dig deeper, look into your soul. What do you see? Gary is waiting for you. But he didn't. But they didn't reply. So, what on earth is this? Why am I here? Well, my fellow person on YouTube, why do you guys do this? Tell us about your experience. Cool, great. I use all of these. Wow, I love these. Yeah. Why did I try it? Other. I'm being forced to because Visual Studio is ass. No problem. Describe your problem in more detail. I said no problem, buddy. Okay. Anything you would like to share? Great IDE. Bye. That's why you never ask for feedback. If you ask for feedback, you're just asking yourself to get problems. What is this? What are we doing here? We're making a game in a little game engine called Sandbox. That's not really a game engine. It's also a platform for things. It's a very complicated relationship at the moment with this thing that's going on. Obviously, it's not really my fault for not knowing it because it's also hard for them to explain it. And I imagine that's why they're doing all of this because how the hell do you explain that it is both a game platform as well as a game engine as well as a game itself? What you see is this. Is that Suka game? That's amazing. It's like Suika. It's like Suika, but it's Suka. Oh my god, that's so stupid. I love that. I love that so much. But yeah, it's a game engine, and we're trying to make a game for the game jam. Sandbox has a game jam going on right now. It's at the end of 13 days. So we're actually really bad. I meant to have the MVP done by yesterday in terms of timeline when we started this. So now we're down to the final day to get the MVP going, and I'm starting work tomorrow, like an actual job. That's right, Chad. You think my 6 figures comes because I'm a nepo baby? No, my family grew up poor, so we're immigrants coming from a war. So all I can really do is work for it. And that means when I go back to work, I have less time to work on the game itself. So we gotta get this MVP done ASAP, bucko. And if I win, then I can quit my job again. Because it's 20,000 euros, which in Canadian is... It's 30,000 Canadian. Let's go. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. We need to get the MVP done by today. This is the final thing that we need to do by today. You can see the competition right now. It's like Marble Racer. It looks pretty damn good. KZ, which is the CSGO or CS climbing maps. There's even car maps and stuff. There's even Sewer Hell VR, first-person shooters. So our game about rolling snowballs is going to have some tough competition coming up. I may not even make the 20K. I'm really allotting for a prize winnings of 0. I'm looking at this from the perspective of an esports player here, right? Like an esports player, that your expected income is 0, unless you're faker, in which case you get multiple buildings. But we are not like him, okay? We are not like him. Snowball prefab, no. But I want to see. That's a scene. That's interesting, huh? But right now, what we have in terms of gameplay is very minimal, right? We have the character, they can move around. We have the ability to move the head independently from the body. We don't have we have a way to spawn a snowball, but we can't drop the snowball, nor can we roll it. So there's a lot that we need to do to make this happen. So I'm going to build out very quickly just a scaffold of a level to contain the snowball so it doesn't fall off, because I can't imagine what happens if it falls off. My computer may genuinely crash. I need to start the fan on my PC. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I'll explain. Okay, so for context, my PC, one of the fans is dying. I don't know why, Maybe there's like too much hair in it from my dog or something. I'm not sure. But it doesn't spin automatically. It actually takes a while to start spinning. It's very, very weak. So I need to rebuild the entire PC's like fans, like cooling system, which means I need to take out the cooler from my CPU, apply new cooler, new thermal paste. Like it's a whole mess. So the workaround is I reach into my case, I use my finger, and you know, like a fidget spinner, I flick it. If I flick it fast enough and I go like fast enough, like you know how back then how they used to start like you know the planes like back, you know the Wright brothers, right? How they started like planes, right? Someone would stand at the front of the plane to spin the propeller manually. That's me. I'm the guy spinning the propeller so that the plane can achieve liftoff. And by liftoff, I mean not crash and stay within like a good, 99 percentile performance range. This is gonna be fun. So yeah, we're gonna be doing this. We'll see how good my computer runs with all this, but we need to build a level that can actually contain our ideas. We have the scaffolding for all the different functions that we need to make and all the different like ways that the player can play the game and all the different pieces and systems that we need for the MVP. So I just need to fill these out. So a lot of this will be fairly silent because at this point, well, not silent, but I'll just be explaining my ideas and we'll be going over it because we're no longer learning things, right? We don't need to learn any more about the system to really work with it. We have as much as we need. The only things left that we really need to learn from how the sandbox work. From a how the sandbox work perspective is in regards to the physics system. What exactly? How do we modify how something feels? Which I mean, presumably it's the exact same as most of every other system, where it's like your physics texture, which is why you can select like mud and like stuff. How to modify that on some level, as well as how to actually do like graphics stuff, because graphics programming is a whole different side of things I didn't know. This schedule is wildly out of date. It's August 13th. It's August 13th. August 10th to get the game world done. Wow. August 7th to get all of this done. Wow. We're never gonna finish. So we're gonna but now that we're done the discovery of most things, we can actually get going on like things. What's nice is that we even have templates for stuff like spawning items around the world. It's not even going to be randomly spawned. It's just as we dig up snow, it's going to feel like they're randomly placed on the map, but it's really a in the moment kind of thing. Wow. Wow. Imagine August 10th. We'll be totally done. The game world will be ready. It looks so nice. So nice. We need a plane collider for this thing. This plane now has a collider, so now nothing should be able to fall through it. Our character, I don't know how to give them a physics, like a physics body. I don't know what's a collider. Model collider. We'll give them model collider. Does it know what the model is? Like I know it's a model collider, but like, does it know? Oh, it doesn't. So you have to give it the model itself. Okay, so this is a citizen model. We give it that thing. The surface. I don't know. What does a person feel like? Do they feel like plastic or do they feel like rubber? Is there a flesh? Is there flesh? There's flesh. Oh, thank God. There's a flesh surface. Okay, so this should theoretically give us the ability to collide with the... Well, it would have allowed us to collide with the floor, probably. We'll figure out... Okay, there's also a question of like... how to actually like set up like the model correctly. Like what is the... Like, okay, where's the physics session? So, okay, there's also one thing that we need to do. August 13th. And then remove this marker. Nice. Good. See that? It's great. So, we need to figure out the physics system. How to add a... How to make the player character physical. How to make everything else physical. How to move things while respecting physics. This is the thing that I'm very curious about, because how you move things to respect physics may be different from just translating the transform of things. Because right now, that's what I'm doing, and the floor should have a collider, but it doesn't seem to matter. Unless there's a model for this that you have to set. Oh, surface. I don't know what. Wood. Sure, wood. But now there's a wood floor. Our dude still goes through the floor. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Listen, everything starts from square one. We always listen. You just have to think about it as is it physics? Model physics. Eh? Model. Renderer. Skin the model renderer. Rigid body flags. I don't have any rigid body flags. No. Locking. Don't lock anything. Enable to drive renderer from physics. Disable to drive physics from renderer. Drive renderer from physics. Right. I guess that makes sense. Of like, does the physics change how the body moves and stuff? Yeah. Okay. Maybe that's how you do it. Actually. Wait. But we need to get most of this done. I see a shadow. That doesn't really help much, but whatever. Okay, well, we're getting closer and closer to an answer. We'll figure out the answer soon. We'll figure out the answer soon. I care more about the gameplay mechanics than anything else. I don't mind if people just had to fly around to make snowballs, even if that's stupid. Okay, so let's just focus on the core gameplay mechanics of like how people play this game. Let's go into Snowjob, the coder there. We need a people can. So right now you can pick up a snowball. You can't drop a snowball, nor can you throw a snowball. Okay, so we need to drop the snowball, make it a rollable snowball, and then it can do stuff. I guess by default it has no physics. If it's in your hand, it has no physics. So everything starts from physics. Fuck. Physics. Physics. We advise against this. No. Collisions. Here we go. Physics hull from render. Basically generates the whole mesh for your model from the geometry of the render from the mesh. It usually isn't the best, but it's fairly okay for quickly testing things. Add the physics hull render, good for testing things. Your model contains bones, or actually pick the bones to generate the hull mesh for. Physics hull file, you can do this separately. What? This is not, this type is not for props and items in game. There's no simulated physics, only collisions, meaning it will be static and unmovable. Physics mesh file. What? Complex collision shape. That's all you're gonna give me? That's all you're going to tell me in terms of physics. We had to reverse engineer one of their one of their projects. We had to go backwards. We had to go backwards. Okay, well, again, I refuse to join the Discord out of just pure spite. I hate having to join Discords for information. I know you kind of have to, but let's see how far you can go without joining a single Discord to see if the documentation's there. They nothing about physics in here. All right, we're gonna go. Okay. There's a way to do this. If ever you need an answer, learn from somebody who's already done it, aka from Face Punch. They already did it here. What did they do to make this thing work? It has a box collider, and this thing has a rigid body. I mean, the rigid body makes sense because it's like a single thing. Well, I mean, but like body. Isn't a rigid body like only for like static objects? What's like a rigid body? Rigid body. Isn't it like a solid? It's like a static object now, but for characters. What's the name of like rigid body for characters? Or is rigid body the thing where it's like a solid piece of something. It's not like water where you can like interact with it, cut it through, and then subdivide it. Is that what rigid body means? What rigid body meaning? Like what's this rigid body meaning in Hindi? I don't. Why was that the first? Why is that the first suggestion? What? What? Rigid body. In physics, a rigid body, also known as a rigid object, is a solid body in which deformation is zero or negligible. Okay, so the rigid body is for a solid thing that can't be crushed. I mean, you could crush a human. That's fine. So this makes sense. So you have the collider. You then add a rigid body to give it like a full, like a mass around it. But then how come? But then what's the difference between a rigid body and a model collider? Well, I guess the model collider makes sense because you have the model itself. The model collider defines the hitbox for it to do all the calculations. And then you have the collider do things. So what's model physics? What is this thing? What is this? Open it. Cannot open relative path. Okay, well, I'll find it here. So what's model physics? Like, is this not used? What? Model physics. Sure, that offset. Sure, I don't really care. Model, physics lock, locking. And then to drive renderer from thing. What is a physics model physics then? What? Is this the thing that draws the thing from the body? Or I don't get it. Create physics. Set up physics from model. What? Temporary function for creating model physics until entity system handles it. I love the definition of that. That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay. Model physics. The standard model of particle physics. Okay, let's just start here. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Let's start here. What the fuck is the model physics? Model physics sandbox. I don't know. If I do sandbox, there's no way. I'm gonna find like a Reddit thread. Collisions, physics hull from renderer. Maybe that's a new name for their physics hull from renderer thing. Like if I search for physics hull, yeah, see? So on the wiki, so here, the wiki before used to say something about the physics hull from renderer thing, right? I'm assuming this component was renamed into the model physics. So quite literally, it takes a model and generates like a collider from it, which makes sense. But then, what's the difference between a model physics and a model collider? Like, I don't know what these mean. Disable collision sounds. What? Don't automatically play sounds when this object collides with another. What? Locking. What? So, why would I use that versus rigid body? I don't. But then this sets a physics from a model, but then it doesn't do anything with it. So it's like, was it do? Position physics from renderer bones. Well, okay, well, maybe if I uncheck this, because I'm technically not controlling it from physics alone. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I didn't mean to click that. Toggle between scene or play game or play the scene. Okay, well, it definitely doesn't work. You can kind of see it lag too. Like the way that it like tries to catch up to me. What the fuck did I just do? What is that? That's a snowball. Why is it so huge? I don't know. Okay, well maybe this thing doesn't matter. Maybe this thing, I don't know. Maybe model physics doesn't actually do anything. I don't know what this does. What's the point of this? Okay, well let's just fuck it. Let's just give it a rigid body. It's understandable, has gravity, just works. Let's just see how it goes. Mostly the same flags. So I'm falling and I can't get back up. Son of a bitch. This thing has no physics. Hey. So how did they do it here for this plane? Am I silly? Material override. No. Cast shadows on. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess the surface doesn't really matter. But this thing is not colliding with this. Why are you not colliding with this? How do you make it collide with something? Oh, there's already a mass component that also drives the physics model of how much it moves. So we can actually reuse the mass component. Wait, so maybe just just reuse the mass component already available to define this and keep it in sync with the physics system. That's good. Why does this not collide with this thing? Is it because it's the collider is a plane? Okay, if I do a box, collide a box. Static. Sure, I mean, it's not really going to move. And I still fall through. So, model collider, surface is flush. Maybe we don't need a surface, okay? I know it's flush, but like, does it really matter? Because that's the thing that defines the hitbox. And yet, the thing will just fall forever. So, why? So there I go, down the world, with everything on me, and it won't stick. We'll figure that out later. That's a whole different concern. We'll deal with it later. Right now, the rigid body stays off. I'm not gonna deal with it. I'm not gonna deal with it. Well, actually, no. It's a part of the reuse the mass from rigid body. Well, do I want to define it like that? This is technically the mass for the gameplay object. It's not really the physics mass. They might not even have a real relation to each other. I might define like a weird, stupid value to make it funnier. This is really about push speed, so it doesn't really matter. How the fuck do you do the physics in this thing? How come it works so well here? Like, look, if I play this thing, box falls, box stays. I don't get it. Box falls, box stays. What did I do wrong? That cube stays there. This plane falls down. It's a box. Collide a box. Oh, wait, what's the size of the collider? That's why. That's why. Okay, well, maybe, I don't know what the size is. Like, what's 2500? 250? 200. We just have to make this, there we go. Fuck it. 100, and then like 25. 10. 1. Okay, good. Oh, there we go. Wait. You. Turn on this thing again, the rigid body. Okay, good. Okay, well now he's dead. Okay, well it's fine. It's fine. He may have suffered some consequences. It's not, it feels like I'm drunk. Oh god, that's so disorienting. Do you hear that? That's the sound of my flesh, like impacting the floor. This is stupid. Okay, well we'll fix that. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. He's just not good at like staying alive. I don't know. Static. Sorry, wrong. The game button is really close to the thing. Not that I hate it, but so you can actually force yourself to go through things, which is kind of weird. If I do the transform and I'm not careful about it colliding, I could actually push it through. There must be a way to move the body without pushing it through things. Like there must be a way to apply a force of movement that respects the physics system in a way that I don't have to manually calculate things. Surely there must be something like that on the transform of some kind. Or maybe even on the rigid body itself. Hey, chat. Surely you'd give me the ability to move things at, at the right thing. Because that's like the thing that everything has. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing that every single game has to try to move someone. Here we go. Velocity. Apply force. Well, maybe not the force. I don't know if I want to do the force. At given position, get velocity a point. Apply impulse. Apply instant linear impulse. Okay, maybe not a linear impulse actually. Velocity, maybe torque. Yeah, torque is probably the best way to do it. So maybe we move it towards applying torque. Because angular velocity, I mean, is it really angular that when there's only like two angles? Would you call it angular if there's only two angles, right? I don't think so. Apply force at, get velocity at point, find closest point, applies force to the body. But is this only to apply force, like, say, to hit something versus moving something? Is there no easy way to move something? Hey, chat. Hello, mod. Run, what the fuck did I just do? Run anything? What are these? Game transform, app data, resharper. Why are you there? I don't know. So so there's a couple things now. So there's more questions here. There's a lot more questions. See, this is why MVPs are nice, and it's why we're totally not late, and I didn't change the times on these. Totally didn't change the time on these. Look, just know that we have a log somewhere of what we really did. How to move things while respecting physics from code. It's not on the rigid body, probably. But it does have a way to apply forces to it. Usually this would be a lot easier to figure out because like in other places it's more documented. Like in Unity 3D, it's very easy to find the function to make it work like properly. Versus here, it's like you kind of have to dive through the code and just kind of guess where it is because the documentation isn't really ready. Feels weird. If I think about the I don't know movement. Maybe they already have like a movement component that like does this and I can just take most of the code. Because we still need the separate camera control, so we still need to do it on our own. But is there like a separate controller that like does this? Land movement controller. No, that was mine. I defined that. Controller. As a character controller that might handle this. What? No, just character controller. Do your search. There we go. There we go. So this is acceleration, ground angle, step angle. We could also just reuse this just for the movement, but then we have to somehow tie it like the direction to the thing. So that's a velocity. Yeah, assign the velocity to the thing. Add, accelerate, move. Yep, velocity 0. What is the thing that you need to do? Well, actually, why don't we just reuse this? We might as well because it's already mostly done for everything else. Oh, try unstuck. Not stuck. We cool. Oh, this is what I was worried about. This is what I was worried about. Attempts per tick. This is what I was worried about. Oh man, I don't want to deal with this. I feel like I'm building something from like scratch. And velocity, add acceleration, build trace, apply friction. Applying the amount of friction to the current velocity, then the scale by time delta, it will be done inside. What? Be done inside. Oh, right. I see. Well, in which case, yeah. Move, move step, try move step, move velocity. Okay, so I think, yeah, this feels like I'm just making something by myself. Usually you'd have like a nice built-in function that like does everything like this, because it's annoying having to redo it over and over and over when the same idea is sort of reused everywhere. Here they've opted to just stick it into one component, which I mean, it makes sense, but also like, damn. So I mean, because like you'd have to do all of this, especially the unstuck thing, if you were doing your own way of moving things that ignored everything else. Like if you were just modifying the transform, this is what I would have to do. Surprised there's no easier way to actually move things with respect to physics without breaking through the physics wall of things. That feels weird. I guess it makes sense because it's like too much extra on top of that. And because it's like a very early alpha build, it's kind of hard for them to make it very ergonomic, but yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, acceleration, yep. But is there anything particular that they do that's different? If not, then yeah, we could just reuse this entire thing, and then we just don't do any friction. Because realistically, we don't really want any friction at all. Punch. Disconnect from the ground and punch our velocity. Amazing. Is on ground. Where's the update? Move from our current position to this target position, but using tracing on and sliding. This is good for different control modes like ladders and stuff. Oh god. Try and stuck. Stuck tries plus. There we go. Commented out log. Okay, that's interesting. Using gizmo.scope, unstuck. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, really good. Yeah. If we moved, hit the thing. Categorize position. What? We're flying upwards too fast. Never land on ground. Well, even these numbers feel kind of, well, whatever. It's like it's just a random number that really depends on your game, right? Although it makes sense if you're just going upwards. Trace one step height if we're already on the ground. Step down. If not, like this, I could feel this if you were trying to make like a 2D game would be annoying, especially if you're trying to keep the axis system. Because then you going up too fast, you jumping, you would never be able to go back onto the ground unless you do like a separate check. I guess. Actually, no, it wouldn't be too bad. You just do like a ray trace while you're in the air until you get like close to something. It's not that bad actually. I guess position. Move. Kill the controller. Helper. What? What's this? What? Scene trace. What the fuck is this? Internal source location. Well, can you compile that or character controller helper? But can you decompile that? I'd love to see that. Here we go. It's more decompiled now. It's much easier to understand. The controller helper. Okay, what is this? Scene trace result. Try and move to the position. What? I thought that's what this was trying to do. I thought this was trying to move it around. If this is moving it, why is this trying to move it? What's the point of this? What? Trying to move to the position. It will return the fraction of the desired velocity that we traveled. Position velocity will be what we recommend using. Oh. Huh. Bump, move planes up max. Bump, move planes up max. Velocity clip planes. What is this? What is this structure? We don't even have access to velocity clip planes. That's probably really internal. That's probably something that they expose from the C side. They're from the C whatever side. What is a velocity clip plane? SteamDB? What the fuck? Wait, SteamDB does this? That's crazy. Yeah. Huh. I didn't know this. I didn't know SteamDB lets you see like exactly the files that changed and what. Like here, the velocity clip planes. That's pretty cool. I didn't actually realize that they let you see that far into patches. I thought they only let you know about what was like a patch happened. I actually didn't bother checking what it looked like. That's interesting, but it does make sense. I guess that's a really deep built-in thing, so we probably can't access that. However, it is a C sharp file, so maybe we can. I just think whatever the editor does to figure out if these things exist doesn't can't see that far at the moment. Or I'm running out of space. I actually don't know. Am I running out of space? I don't know. I'll figure it out. Standable. What? Try move. Okay, so as it tries to move, the move planes dot max is the velocity clip planes. I'm assuming dot max is the second number, 3. And the velocity is the one that you're moving at right now. So what is your current velocity that you're moving at? If it's almost equal to 0, then we stop bothering to try it. And we trace from where we are plus where we want to go to times the velocity and however much time we have left. Right. Then it's sort of like, okay, this is our next step, basically, to like smoothly go over it, because it's running a movement towards that. Huh. Why would you ever use this? Yeah, why would you ever use this? I guess this is just a move immediately. I don't know. It's very difficult to understand. All right, so trace from two with a bit. And if you hit something, aka if you touch the floor or something. Well, if you don't hit something, what? If you don't hit something, trace from two. You scene trace result. You get the scene trace result. A fraction of where the trace hit between the start and the end, original end positions. Travel fraction. So if there was something in between, if there was no hit, we then move to the end position because there was nothing in the way to stop us. Right. Otherwise, we stop in front of the thing that was there, but they don't do that. So they don't. Start bump with velocity. Move planes that start bump with velocity. I really wish I could see what that is. Maybe none of this really is meant to be used, but clearly it works on some level because they use it in like a default thing. I guess the easiest way would be to use this for the character movement, and we can probably just define the character rotation elsewhere, and we can keep the separate camera movement. Because I do need to at least keep the separate camera movement. And it's unfortunate that you have to like manually do everything, and it's like we probably don't have that time. So have to do all that because again, it's a lot of rules around like if you're just about to pass like a physical boundary, if you hit something, you want to stay on top of it, so you have to like keep forcing the player back. If you do it in like the worst way, what it'll feel like is your character keeps on like bouncing up and down like through on the floor. Like it needs a level of stability. Radius, height. But okay, so we get rid of this. Oh, that's the action sheets. I see the action sheet now. Yeah, that makes sense. So if I get rid of this, I guess the character controller works. What happens? Nothing. Obviously nothing happens. But then how would I interact with the character controller? I guess I would then have to say, okay, how much do I accelerate it by? But then you also need gravity. Word. So gravity is on. Static. Turn off the static. What happens now? Well, it's still fucked up. Well, it doesn't really matter. So you need to okay, this thing with okay, we use this, we then apply gravity to this thing. Okay, it's not that bad. We just use this. Whatever. We'll just do whatever. We'll just do this. Character controller. Yeah, we'll just do with this. Who carries? Well, let's use the character controller for our needs by going like this. I don't know if there's... Is there even a point to defining default getters and settings? Is it not already a default, actually? Yeah, it's already a default. Wait, why would you define empty getter settings, actually? C#, why define empty getter settings? Do you see why programming streams are very hard to do, chat? It's so boring because it's like so much of it is like context that you need from day one. If you weren't here from day one, it's like, okay, well, now you're doomed. Why have empty get set values instead of using a public member variable? One word, inheritance. Properties are inheritable while fields are not. What? What? Nope, this can't. The fuck is this song? Sorry, that was like clown music. You can use fields in inherited class, but not alter their behavior, make them virtual. Nope, this can't. Nope, this can. But bar can. Besides the fact of inheritance, like visibility, also a huge benefit of properties over fields. I'm sorry for the clown music chat. One thing is limit visibility. I mean, it doesn't really matter about the visibility. Something you use quite a lot. This isn't a public field. It's only for a property, right? So does it really matter? Nah, fuck it. It doesn't matter. Properties are a lie. Properties don't actually matter, chat. If your shit is private, like it doesn't matter. Your shit is private. Wasn't this supposed to be a property? Wasn't this not? Was this not supposed to be a property of some kind? Oh wait, that one's not a property. Yeah, that one's not supposed. Property. Wait, don't I use that? Don't I use the original direction source? Yeah, I do. Okay, so with this thing, the character controller. We have the character controller. We'll just modify the character controller itself. What was the assert thing again? Well, I guess I'll just assert it on start. I guess. Wait, what's the life cycles again? What's the one where it's like it starts and it's like there? Life cycle. Hey. On load. What the fuck is on load? On await called once when the command is created, but only if a game parent object is enabled. Called when enabled for the first time. Does that really make sense? I mean, theoretically, it doesn't make sense to check there. Might as well just check there. Wasn't it like an assert thing? What was it again? It was like assert. What was the assert again? There we go. Assert dot not null. Boom, boom. Okay, cool. And this thing has. I guess it just throws an exception. I guess it just throws an exception. Fuck it. To is there a better way for this? Is there a better way for this? Maybe only in like dev mode or something? Is there a way to check if you're in like a dev mode so that I can be like, okay, so I can do all of these assertions, make sure that it's being built correctly, and then at runtime have it silently fail because having the game crash outright is probably worse as an experience, right? Unless they do that already within this. Wait, just to make sure if I don't have to assert dot not null. What? What? So not null calls assert. So not null on the assert class calls assert dot calls not null on the assert. What? Not null calls not null, and they're both on the assert. What's the difference? Insane. Oh, because this one adds a default message. Right. Okay. Throw new exception. I'm assuming this is just a normal exception. Yes. Is this? Yes, it is. Yes. Okay. Well, yeah. I'm assuming if you throw an exception as part of the game, maybe the game breaks. Is that true? Like, how does Sandbox handle error handling? We'll figure it out. Figure out how Sandbox handles errors. If it crashes, maybe hide the sanity check errors that don't impact gameplay stuff behind a dev mode flag or something. Can we even check dev mode? That's like it's a very niche concern. It doesn't really affect this one, but you know, it'd be nice. Okay, so we have this. Okay, let me do this. The messages. Set a character controller, you idiot. That's good. That's good. That's good. What did I do here? Why did we do this again? This is stupid. I'm sorry, chat. We're getting rid of that. We learned about the underscore thing in C#. We're not doing it anymore. That's stupid. Why did I do this? Oh, right. Current some speed. Yeah, and set the property so people can like see it. Yeah, yeah. So I can see it from there. Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, just comment these out. I wish I had my comment hotkey. God, I really wish I could use I'm gonna have to do this anyways for work. I have to copy over. I have to like sanitize my vimrc file and stuff. I'm gonna have to like import it into the different places. I'm gonna have to do that for this as well, just to make it easier because I have some hotkeys that are very handy. Like GC for me is to like comment out like a whole block, which is nice, or whatever I'm currently visually like visually selecting. If it's multi-line, it's like language aware. It's nice. But it also only works for the language. Was it the language? Fuck. For the language server protocol, whatever whatchamacallit tree. I think it was called Tree Sitter or something. I don't know, or whichever one. Actually no. I used to use Tree Sitter and then I switched to something else. But it defers to that. I'm hoping I can do the same for like an ID or IDE. Okay, so the character controller. I can apply a velocity to this. So apply velocity. No, what was it called again? We need to do one particular thing, which is we need to push it. We've already spent 4 hours on just object pushing. Okay, maybe a new task. Move the player. Shift to merge with current context. Do not clear the current context. Thanks. I hate the context thing with that stupid thing. Merge files protection. Yeah, tree sitter or setter. You also can never remember which one is correct for some reason. It's because the term doesn't make any sense, right? Like if I name my taxi company my part-time gig company Uber, you'd be like, what the fuck is that? Right? Like you'd have the same reaction. And it's like, why would you name it Uber? Well, I don't know, but that's what it's called. It doesn't like convey a message of what it's trying to do. You just have to know that Uber is the taxi thing. And same with like Uber Eats, right? Like DoorDash or something. Tree sitter. Like, what does it mean to sit on a tree? What does it mean to set a tree? Doesn't make any sense at all. It makes sense when you think of it from like a language parsing perspective, because it's just that various tokens that you then parse out. But even then, it really depends on how you do it, right? Like that's a very method specific way of doing it when it's more of a description of a protocol that then reaches out to another binary that like does that work that reports the results back in a consistent format. And it's like it doesn't really explain much. It's why the name is hard to remember. It's why people pay good money for good names. Hell, even Apple. If Apple wasn't famous and you saw Apple, like if you just saw the name Apple, would you know what they do on a daily basis? I don't think you would. Especially their logo, like the Apple logo. Like you see like a half-eaten apple like this. Okay, well now he just looks like a punk rock, like Pac-Man. And you see like Apple, I would think educational company. I wouldn't think, making phones and Foxconn factories and, the nets, right? Like I wouldn't really think of this. Oh man. We're never getting sponsored by Apple. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Okay, how does it make sense? How does tree sort of make sense? Except for that one bit that I mentioned of like you're parsing it, but like the way that you parse it is already deferred to each and every single one, and you may not even parse it as a binary because there's different methods of like parsing, right? Like even within the realm, the very specialized realm of like language parsing, there's already different methods that give you different results that are already in use. So it's not always treated as like a tree of like tokens or like just like tokens in like general that you parse through, right? So it's like I don't know if it really makes sense at all to call it tree sitting. But do you set a tree or do you sit on a tree? Well, that's the thing. It's like, is it a tree? Like, you know what I mean? What's the point of setting it or like sitting on it? Does it really make sense? It doesn't. It just doesn't make sense. I don't think it makes sense at all to me. A lot of names really don't make sense. They're just very lucky that the name is short, memorable, and then that they're able to get famous before the name ever becomes a problem. No joke. Like Blizzard. If you heard Blizzard and you thought, breast milk in a fridge. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm just kidding. Well, I'm not kidding. Like it happened, but like, it's just funny to me. I don't know. It's just crazy. Punches to go that. We do this. Yap, yap. He just keeps talking. He just keeps talking. Why does this guy keep on talking? Acceleration. Where is the update of this? There is no update, is there? Like, no matter what, you'd have to do the update yourself. You know what it is? It's because tree setter makes sense and sit and set sounds very similar. So there's always heard setter when people set it, but then it turned out it's actually sitter. So now you're confused. I mean, does tree setter make sense? Tree setter also doesn't make sense. Like saying tree setter doesn't make sense at all. It's like a sentence that just doesn't make sense. What is tree sitter or setter? See? It doesn't make any sense. Like here, like okay, so tree sitter, it's a way for you to parse language and the tokens that it has down, right? Well, like it makes it a tree. Well, that's also not true. That's what I mean. That's one technique. That's one technique. It actually defers a lot of it to something else that actually does the breakdown of things. So it's like it doesn't really do much for like treeing to like make it like a tree, you know? It just gets a bunch of diagnostics about what things are and how to display them and what they mean, and then it defers to whatever the language runtime that like the language server runtime that's running for that language will like do. Like if I go into like Mason right now, and I search for HTML, there's like a bunch of them, and they all do different like methods of how to like parse through it. It's like not all of them may even be a tree. There's experimental ones even for like C++ and Java and stuff where they use like entirely different newer methods. Well, newer like different trade-offs on like different things, right? So does it really make sense? I don't know. From a layman perspective, it doesn't make sense. From a technical perspective, it doesn't make sense. They're just lucky that the name wasn't a problem and that it got more popular than the name ever could, right? Tree setters plant trees. Tree setters sit in them like monkeys. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm just saying, Chad. It doesn't make sense. Like the more that you think about it, it just doesn't make sense. It gets worse and worse over time. The more that you think about it, I hate it. Collision page. Okay, I didn't want to open this. Sorry. If I do this, okay. So we gotta do. Okay, so this is the thing. We need to. Okay, we need to accelerate it. Oh, okay. Thank you. Makes sense now. I love that combination of emails. Okay. Oh man. Oh, okay. It's such a good email combo. Yeah. No need to scale this by time delta. It'll be done inside there. Okay, so let's just accelerate it. So we'll accelerate it by the rotation forward. So we can still do this. And we'll do this. There's no need to do time delta time though. So we'll do it like that for all of them. God, I'm sure there must be like a better way to like do this, but oh well. Oops, what the? Left, and then we gotta go right. There we go. And then yeah, we'll just use this. We'll interact with the character controller because I'm kind of lazy to do everything else by myself again. Like from scratch, it'd be stupid. So we'll re-enable this. We still get the ability to control it by the camera movement. Then we get to drag this thing in. There we go. Okay, well, he's dead, Jim. Jimmy, he's dead. Jimmy, he's dead. I'm gonna make you a cube. I'm tired of you. You are now a cube. You are now a cube. Fuck it. The model renderer, turn it off. Model collider. Box. Collider. Box. Good. Good. You are now a box. Your entire existence is a box. You're just a box to be pushed around. How does that make you feel? Do you feel good about yourself? Do you feel good about being a box? Or does that make you feel sad that you're just a lonely little box? Oh, did you feel that lag for a second? There was like a weird lag there. What the? Oh, wait, that was weird. Okay, well, it kind of works, except I can't move. We'll figure out why it can't move. Why can't you move? Except when calling update. Oh. What was the exception? Object reference not set to an instance of an object. What do you mean? What? Player, main camera, current sum speed doesn't exist. What object reference? What? What object reference are you talking about? What? Line 41. Assert not null. Doesn't really make any sense, but what's the hotkey for closing a window? Oh god. I don't know. I don't know. We'll fix it later. We'll fix it later. If I clear all this, does it still happen? Yeah, we'll fix it later. Exception when calling update on thing. Okay, well, still happens. 34. Restore direction source. What? Okay, so the direction source is that. The camera is the thing. That's the source of the thing. Blah, blah. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Wait, what was the point of this whole thing again? If I release the plow button, oh, it's because I'm left clicking. Yeah, clear. It's because I'm left clicking. I never implemented the left click functionality. So actually, this was all a. I recognize now it wasn't in this piece of code. Sorry, it was actually always in that other piece of code. That makes sense. But now I'm stuck on top of the ball. Okay, well that's really bad. For some reason, it still doesn't move. So the accelerate kind of works, but then it doesn't really work. So maybe the character controller actually just doesn't work at all. And either way, you'd have to do it yourself. No, it's because you don't do the move. So I have to do the move itself. So now I do move. I step. What is the step? On ground with Z. If step, what's the point of step? If is on ground, like try move, but we'll also try to step up if it hits a wall. Oh. It's for like, I see. I see. You're dumb, but you think it's basically a program that looks at your code and tells you it's grammar. Similar to the way you would look at English, any language to see what a noun was a verb. Now you use to make code more readable by coloring nouns and verbs into different colors. No, like, I'm not saying what the program is, right? Like, basically, I guess that one chatter is like trying to say that. Oh wait, no, you're answering to that chatter. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, no, you're not dumb. You're actually correct. I thought you were talking about me trying to like, rib on the name of it. Sorry. But no, you're correct. Yeah, it's breaking it down, and it tries to tell you what it is by color coding it and like doing other things to it, and also tries to provide a way for it to reference other pieces of your code. It's like if you have like a citation at the bottom of your paper, or you use like a quote from a book in the middle of your essay, it would know how to look that up. There's actually like a bunch of things that it does. Surprisingly, very complex like work. It's just the name is just an unfortunate name. IMO. Like try move, but we'll also try to step if it hits a wall. It hits a wall. I'm assuming this makes you step up like a wall, like literally step up. Yeah, move back down, move across, move back down. Yeah, if we didn't land something, we return. If we land on a wall, then this is no good. Move up as much as we can, up by step size. Yeah, it's for walking up and down stairs. it's literally for walking up and down stairs. I mean, they added a lot, but my god. Yeah, okay, we do this, we do that. So we accelerate it, doesn't really matter, and then we do controller dot. Realistically, I should probably just do all of this in one go, and just combine all the values, set it once, and in a single acceleration call, and then do it like that. But I just want to see if it works first without really bothering with the code much. And chat, you were not dumb. You were very, very true. So don't worry. No overload for move takes that. That doesn't it? Yeah. Am I trolling? Oh, but that's a private version. What? So accelerate, apply friction, move. These are internal. So I can't use it. I can use punch and I can use move too. Wait, so you can't you can't you can't use move? Wait, so you can't use move. Yeah, you're a galaxy brain, Chad. You're a galaxy brain. So you can't. Well, that's unfortunate. I was hoping to use this because this will use the velocity to determine how you move, and then it'll figure out how you would move there by trying all these move steps for you. Like basically, I'd have to do this anyways, but they don't expose it publicly, so I can't call it. But also, what would call this? Like, what would call that? How could you? It's internal to the assembly, so anything that's built in would be able to call it. But I don't know if anything calls this. Like, if it's internal to the assembly, what in the assembly calls this? But there's also a move, and this calls move. So when does it know to do the step? Is on ground. Oh, it decides whether or not you try to step based on whether or not you're on the ground. You have no control whether or not you want to stop moving up or downstairs. You just do it. Okay, then right. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense. There we go. It's manageable. The cube is going kind of crazy. Don't worry. Don't worry. The cube is not the cube is stable. The cube is stable. It's fine. We're gonna need to we need to apply a thing that stops it from. We need to lock it. I know exactly what to do. Okay, so okay. Get rid of the box collider. Keep the rigid body. Bring back the model and the model collider. We need to lock it. We need to lock the rigid body on. Fuck. Which one is which again? What does it? Is anybody a pilot? We need a pilot. Does anybody know how to fly a plane? What is the pitch? Oh, go. Wait, it's fine. Pitch is up and down. Yaw is left and right. Roll. We need to stop the roll. You kind of do. No shit. All right. Fly us to America. Oh, speaking of planes, my friend taught me this phrase. What do you think hit the plane means? Like, just think about all the ways that you could hit the plane. Okay, like think about the phrase "hit the plane" and then just type what you think it means in your mind. Hit the plane. I'll even spell it on screen. Look. Hit the plane. And no, it's not the gritty. I thought it was the. I thought it was like the gritty too. You flirt with it. No. Any more guesses? You're so sexy, babe. Nice wings. Me to the cockroach on my wall. You're so sexy, babe. Nice wings. It's like shaking. It's like no chat. Hit the plane. I've got a text. Give me 1 second. We'll get back. So hit the plane. Doesn't mean anything that you would think. However, you're very close on that flirting angle. Actually, it's funny. So it's slang. It's Chinese slang for masturbation. For some reason, they took this phrase of hitting the plane to mean masturbation. I don't know if this is in response to like 9/11 or something. Like maybe they could be. Like I really don't know why they did this. Like, but I'm gonna assume there's a clear timeline to some historical event and masturbating on some level. Nobody really can explain to me why this means this thing, but yeah, it means masturbation. So if you want to ask someone if you want to masturbate with you, you say, "Hey, do you want to hit this plane with me?" Do not say that in the airport. Although I can imagine, if you're flying, right? Let's say you're flying and you see someone, and you're in the like private lounge of your like, VR like of your VIP section, right? How are you gonna be able? Sorry, this is for the YouTube censors. Like, how are you gonna solicit them for a mutual masturbation section if you have to use the slang and it sounds like you want to crash a plane, right? There is one, okay, because that is a fairly large category of people, I imagine, in the airport who solicit people based on stories that I've read on Reddit. Dick does look like a plane, kind of, with the shaft is a fuselage, and the balls are the wings. Yeah, but you're neglecting like a good maybe like I mean in China it's maybe like a 70 to 80% of the population. Like it's you're neglecting like a massive well in China it's more like 20 or like 30. But you're neglecting a massive part of the population here. Like this it's a whole population that doesn't have a penis, you know what I mean? Like it's that only works if you look at it from a single point of view. Otherwise, I feel like that's also like that doesn't really explain much. And if you think women cannot be vulgar on this level, you have no idea. Twilight was written by a woman, I think. Twilight was written by a woman. If you think women can't be vulgar, just remember the cucumber left behind on the seats during a Twilight screening. Think about that. Anyways, yeah, we'll lock the roll. We'll lock the roll. We'll keep the pitch and the yaw. Well, the pitch is for sure too. The yaw is really the left and right, which is what really matters. And then we're good to go. There we go. So now we can move around. It's fairly good. Wow, acceleration feels awful. Oh, it's like I'm ice skating. I mean, this would be good for ice skating, like an ice skating mechanic. But it also it feels kind of awful. One, it doesn't turn on a dime. Like it, if I turn my mouse, well, it kind of does. It's because the amount that I'm moving is so hard that it kind of stays there. It's because I'm just constantly accelerating. What I want to do is it's weird. It's weird. I just want to apply a single acceleration source and then stop it, right? So I mean, realistically, this should be changed. This should be calculate an acceleration, accelerate in that way, and then decelerate in that angle once you're done. And then I guess that's what the friction is. The friction is to define how much friction you apply. But how do you get like infinite friction? Applying amounts of friction to the current velocity. You thought maybe it was a male mass specific term. There's a lot of similar terms like feed the dragon or like snake. Well, so child snake and like stuff, yeah. But like this one apparently is a generic term. This one is like a generic term that anybody uses. Because the people who like told me this were like multiple people, like just all of my Chinese friends, and then it was like men and like women, and then they were explaining to me the history of this like phrase. There's another phrase actually that is like similar to this that you use to call a taxi. So if you learn the wrong thing as you're calling a taxi, that people are gonna laugh at you. So yeah, just know you gotta be really careful. It's pretty similar. Bleed at some speed, but if you're less than a bleed threshold, bleed the threshold amount. Yeah, less than a bleed threshold, bleed threshold amount. Right, right. Add the amount to the drop amount. Drop? Scale the velocity. New speed equals zero. Velocity times thing. Speed, thing. Friction amount. Float stop speed. What? The stopping speed is what? 140 feet per second. What? Uh, I mean, acceleration right now is like, what? There's an acceleration property. Hmm. How is this used? Sorry, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully, you all enjoyed Ryan Gosling's feet. Yes, that's from WikiFeet. That's his feet right there. There's a lot of context that you're missing about why we're showing his feet. Just know that it was a funny breakdown of because somebody asked about do people buy men's feet, and I'm like, you ever buy chicken feet? I don't care. I don't know if you care if it's a man or a woman. You're if you love feet, like you're gonna love feet. Pump up the beat. I like feet. I forgot about that message. Oh fuck. I still think that is my best musical work yet, right? Think about it. Think about it in like the beat of a Diplo song. Okay, like here. Listen, listen. I just want you all to listen to this. Okay, just here. I'm gonna play a song for you. Diplo. Fuck. Give me a second. I need to find the song. No, it was Major Lazer. Major Lazer. Major Lazer. Fuck, what was that? Major Laser songs. What? I need all their song names. There's one particular song that I imagined this too. It's been a long time since I've listened to them. Very long time. It was a whole different life. This is a whole different life. Discography, yeah. Guns don't kill people, lasers do. That's the one. That's the one. Okay, hold the line when you hear the thing. Can't stop now. Cash flow. Bruckout. No, not Bruckout. Pon the floor. Was it Pon the floor? With Vibes Cartel? Maybe. Was it this one? Inappropriate for some users? Yeah, of course. Yeah, it was this. Okay, look. Imagine the phrase "pump up the beat." I like feet, so like this, and then just like hear it, like right, and then just hear it. Pump up the feet. I like beat. Pump up the feet. I like beat. Pump up the beat. I like feet. Just like really listen to this. Listen to the song, to this image, and then just see that phrase. Okay. Pump up the beat. I like beat. Just really listen to this. The VOD is gonna be demolished. I mean, I removed the song anyway, so like people who are watching this, you have no clue what's like happening here. You've absolutely no clue. Like, just really listen to this. Just you know what I mean? Just like really hear this phrase. Hear this phrase with this song beat. Hear this phrase with this major laser beat. Just really think about this. Okay, we can't do this anymore. This is an entirely ruined segment. It's absolutely bonkers now. We have to move on. Okay, we cannot have this always. We've got to move on. We've got to move on. We cannot have the stream be infected by pump up the beat. I like feet. Okay. However, I will say that between that and don't sully your sultry souls, my silly little slut, I am a foot connoisseur. Right. I'm a foot freak at this point. I'm a genius with the feet, dude. Pump up the beat. I like feet. I'm a freak. Welcome back to the sandbox. The VOD viewers, they don't know what they missed. They actually have no clue what they missed. They won't even understand what we just saw together. They won't even understand what you heard. What you heard was an audio experience. That was an oral experience. AURAL. It absolutely makes sense, and they have no clue. Ugh, I'm a modern day auteur. Anyways, why am I on this page? Right, I'm not on this page. What am I doing? Right, this. So we have the acceleration. We need to apply a level of friction that stops them from moving, but it's almost like I don't really want acceleration. Like I do, but I don't really want to accelerate movement like that, and I want the friction to be like almost like instant, like basically 100% instant. So is there a way to pump up the beat? I like beats. So this stops acceleration. If I do this like one, I can't do friction here. That's interesting. What? See how gravity applied to me there? But if I move before I hit the floor, gravity stops. So if I do it, then gravity stops applying to me. Because now the friction calculation takes over. I'm doing it myself. I'm doing it myself. The only thing that we really need to care about is whether or not we touch the floor. I don't know if they probably mind if I take their code. They probably would be pissed. So we'll just we'll reverse engineer it after looking at it. But it would be handy to know about the whatchamacallit. I mean, hitting the floor is a very obvious calculation. You just do like a trace down to the floor, and then you see, okay, what's under you. So I mean, because this kind of doesn't really work. Well, it kind of does. It fucks up gravity too. It's like you always want to apply gravity, so you wouldn't do gravity on the rigid body. But then, how would you do gravity? And does that matter if you do gravity on the rigid body versus not on the rigid body? I don't know. Because let's say you're falling pretty slowly, right? If you're a light object, the moment that you move towards the direction of the camera, see that? Because you take over that like value of the z-axis, you like stop moving. Realistically, I guess what you could do is you could take the rotation and get rid of the z-axis when you apply it. That way the z-axis stays the same, and then the z-axis is like untouched. Then that would solve that, and we could reuse this entirely, because I'm too lazy to like make this work. '07 to VOD viewers. Honestly, the VOD viewers miss out. Like the live viewers get like a whole different like realm of like strangeness, right? And that's when it's fun. What is start to sleep? What? What do you mean start to sleep? What? Anyways, yeah, I think we do that. Overhead mass for this body only when value is more than 0. What? How does it calculate the mass now? How does the rigid body calculate the mass now? Mass, overhead mass. Body the mass equals mass override. Local mass center. Oh. Huh. Local mass center. Is it not used for any transformations? The mass isn't used for anything. Ah. The mass is just used to determine what the center is. Like literally, like what is the physical size of this object, and what is the center of it, and then what is the edge of it? I guess like I don't know. I don't know how you would use it. That feels weird. When you just do it from the edge, like does it matter? Okay, so we can't. Okay, well, so plowable. Okay, well, okay. Yeah, okay, so we don't use that anyways because that's for speed. Okay, it's fine. Gravity. I need to be careful of gravity. So what I need to do is I need to apply this. Let's just fix it now. Okay, so we know that this works for us. I don't need the old way of doing it. I'm too lazy to do it like properly, like because to do it the old way and do it ourselves, we need to do the calculation to like not clip through the floor, but it's already there for us, so we can just use the character controller to do it for us. It's not that bad. The rotation needs to have the rotation minus the z. How do I remove a component from a vector? Yeah, that's good. Fuck it. Yeah, remove the Z entirely. So it's like wherever I'm looking, the forward of that. No, but that doesn't make any sense. How'd that work? If I remove the Z, which is like the rotation, the Z of the rotation is that. Well, then the forward and the thing would always be on like a 2D axis of like a global thing. Does that make sense? Do I even care about it being local then? I kind of do still, right? If you move the camera, I mean, let's just turn off gravity entirely, just so I see this in the editor. Where are you? God damn it, Bobby! Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Okay, you stand still. Get the camera. If I look at the camera, if I rotate it locally, it doesn't rotate it in world space. Right? Because the world thing would still be like whatever it is now. But locally it is. If I get rid of the Z, then the forward would be like this. Like if I get rid of the... Well, there is no Z. It's always on this like Y-axis. I forgot. Or like, sorry, the X. It's always on the pitch. Really, it depends on the pitch. Because if you look down and then the forward of the camera is technically that. Like technically the forward is pointing down, right? And so you'd be looking down to move forward. When realistically you'd want to be going like towards that direction. Which would be stupid. This is the problem with tying it to the look around. Like realistically, I only want to tie the horizontal movement of the camera to the movement. And then the left and right is relative to, or the forward is always relative to the body. I'm trying to think of how to do this so that you can roll the snowball while still looking around. Because here's the problem. Maybe I need to illustrate this. It's easier. It's always easier to illustrate things. But if I'm trying to move around, so there's the one thing we need to be aware of is that by the end of it, if you're rolling a snowball, you want to be able to look around at the same time as you roll the snowball. Because then that's like it's there's a level of interaction that comes from that I think is important to keep for this game concept. But when you're moving, but the way that it is right now, the camera moves separately from the body. So the body could be moving that way, but then the camera might be looking this way. But the controls of moving are based on the camera rotation on these two axes. When realistically, the body can't move up and down. Like the up and down movement of the body is for like crouching or something, or like if you're on a slope. Like that's mainly controlled by gravity and like stuff. You're primarily only moving in terms of the x and the y axis. So like you'd primarily be moving like this. The z would be entirely ignored, and you'd be moving on like x and y, right? But doing it like this and applying an acceleration doesn't care about that level of detail. Like an acceleration is just a force towards a particular direction. So now if I think of it in terms of acceleration, it's like, okay, I need to think about it in terms of what axes we move in. Yeah. Yeah. Which means, well, how would it work? Yeah, because you'd be moving. I guess you're always moving based on the body, technically. You're always moving based on the body. And then, yeah, wait, why am I doing it like this? You're always moving based on the body. And the body doesn't have a pitch or a roll. It just has the yaw to go around this like single axis, to go around the horizontal axis like that. So then you would ideally be only rotating it based on the yaw of the camera, but nothing else really. If you look up and down, you're still moving forward. Okay, yeah, okay, so that's the solution. Just ignore everything except for the yaw of the camera itself. So normalize it down to whatever the position is within the yaw on like that axis, and then we'll figure out what the forward is based on that direction. Because it's the movement's already done on the body by itself. We just need to calculate the right value from the camera value. Yeah, okay, and then that should handle gravity too, because then we wouldn't be modifying the whatever the z-axis. I don't know what the z-axis is called in like a thing. Maybe just z-axis. Okay, yeah, it's good. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, so yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, what was it? It's up, down, is that pitch thing, yaw. Okay, so you do pitch thing, and then you go to forward. Okay, so just do pitches here. And pitch is the x. So if I just go like this, if I go like this, good. And then the roll, I don't think you can't roll anyways at the moment. But realistically, it'd be nice to maybe lock the roll. We have to lock the roll to do maybe lock the roll. We'll lock the roll here. Fuck it. Okay, this is we're just moving fast. This is exactly what it looks like if you have to like go really fast to like figure out what to do, basically. Then we have all these different axes of like what do we need to accelerate towards. We might have the forward or the thing. So it's like, I don't know. Movement direction equal vector 3.0. We'll do it like this for now. Then if input it down, that way we only accelerate once at the end, because just might as well. Makes it easier for me to understand where all these operations are going. I don't have to repeat over and over, and like over rotation dot forward times some speed. Well, you can do it at the end as well. So we'll do this. Okay, so we'll do this. Yeah, this is really bad, but oh well. Who really cares? Put it down to the wire, alright? And then we gotta do to the right. Yeah, that's good. So to the right. Okay, and then we'll apply the speed at the very last tick. I mean, as the very last step on the thing. Movement direction plus equal some speed. Yeah, there we go. And then we'll move it based on that, and then we'll actually do the accelerations. Okay, the controller will accelerate based on the movement, or whatever. That's a bad name for it now. But whatever, that should work. And then we do the movement there. So we do it all like that. We normalize the camera angle such that the forward is always based on that like singular plane of movement, and it should be good. Oh, I got another job offer. Okay, well that's problematic. I guess I'll talk to them about it too, because like this is a 1 month contract, so I might as well, and we'll see how it goes. It's fine. Okay, so now if I, why is that? Eco vector 30. I didn't press anything, did I? Oh, I know why. Well, kind of. Did I press anything? I didn't press anything going into this. However, this is funny now. It's like being abducted by like an alien. What is the problem with this logic? Backward, left, right thing. Plus equal rotation right. Oh, is it because I'm... There we go. Okay, there we go. I mean, it still kind of goes up and down though. It's kind of bad. So we still want to do... Okay, so now if I get... Sorry, not that one. I really hate that button, kind of. I look at this, and I look at that, and the camera is over here. I should be ignoring that entirely. So if I set this back to 0, you'll be looking forward again. It should be good. Why do you still care about the camera X? Or is that not the right value? Like, what is the name of this value inside the thing? The X component of this rotation, is it not the same? The W component. Oh. Right. What is the components that would... How do I set the... How do I only care about the direction as it relates to... I guess I could just get... Doesn't it have like a yaw? Oh. Oh, yeah. Well, let me just do that. Dot yaw. So that gets the yaw. And then the rotation is a rotation. They just make a new rotation? This is very stupid now. Now we're getting into stupid mode. We got stressor, we got this, we got flex, float x, y, z, float z, Is there anything else involving the yaw? I can get the yaw from yaw. Creative rotation from a yaw. Wait, that's perfect. Okay, rotation. What's the syntax? That's just the syntax for... Ew. You know what? Who cares? Why even bother caring about the syntax when I've got larger things to worry about? There we go. So now I'm moving only on this like axis. There we go. So now I only care about the yaw. I'm only moving on this axis. So even if I've got gravity, which should be on now, it still affects it. Why does that stop gravity? What? Why is that separate from the gravity that you set on the rigid body? What? Because I would love to use both and just modify both from one thing, although I guess it doesn't really matter. Would there ever be a point where it'd be fun to modify gravity? Would there ever be a point where it'd be fun to modify gravity? Probably. So maybe I shouldn't even bother doing it from this, because... Gravity enabled. Gravity enabled. What does that do? On fixed update, gravity is enabled. Update object. What? With scale? What? The chance is transformed with a new scale. Why don't we just implement our own gravity? Fuck it. I don't give a shit anymore. Alright, fuck it. So what's the point of a rigid body besides colliding? So the gravity doesn't matter, but the gravity will matter to have. But the kinetic controller almost negates the gravity, because as soon as you accelerate in one direction, it immediately removes the rest of it. Is there a way to get the current acceleration and then just add to it? Isn't that what it's doing when I do accelerate? Or does accelerate replace it? With acceleration, move to the target vector by amount of acceleration. And then this gets rid of the existing values, I'm assuming. Because you get the dot product for the first number, and you modify b, the normal of the target. Yeah, and then num2 is your destination to see where it is. Otherwise, you return this. In which case, you return the calculation of like how far you are and how much to move, right? Yeah, and then the normal is like how you, in which way you move. So yeah, I guess it does remove velocity because it's doing that calculation. I mean, like it removes gravity because it's doing that calculation. Even if you accelerate in a particular direction, it still removes the gravity from it. That's currently being applied. So you'd almost need to be aware of the gravity as part of this, and you have to do it yourself. But also that doesn't wait. No. It's not here. Sorry, it's not here. No. This is doing it correctly. This does add it correctly. Yeah, that should be adding it correctly. It's actually when you move it. Is it when you move it? Maybe. I don't know. Try move a step. No, but then this only moves with the value, and then when you do it like that, doesn't it just turn the value to 0? Try move the step height. Try move. Yeah. Okay. I kind of see the problem. Kind of. I think I'm correct, but we'll see how it goes. Basically, when it's trying to do the move, it's either the value that it gets or the way that it does it that negates the gravity value. Because if you accelerate in one direction, it assumes everything else has no acceleration, or whatever value was there has to be a part of the acceleration stuff. For some reason, gravity is not an acceleration downward. I don't know why. But the gravity isn't being treated like an acceleration downward. It's being treated like a whole separate value that it replaces. And I don't know what that means necessarily. So let's just make our own gravity. Maybe I'm thinking of this the wrong way, but I mean, it'd be fun to modify gravity anyways. And I don't see a way to modify the amount of gravity that players would face anyways. Like if I have like an item that churns the map, like lowers the gravity of the map, it'd be fun to have that and then make everyone able to like jump higher, or the balls to like start bouncing away in like a much more dangerous way, right? Or you could do like a sick like ramp push off of like a hill or something. I don't know. So either way, it'd be fun from a gameplay perspective because I don't see a way to modify the gravity of things in a built-in way. It's just unfortunate because I really didn't want to do that. Basically, I'm trying to defer as much as I can to built-ins in order to reduce the amount of work as much as I can. Because the more that you have to do on your own, sorry, I'm so gassy. The more that you end up causing work for yourself that may not necessarily pan out in a way that makes any sense for you. So it's annoying, but whatever. What's the force of gravity? What's like the default? I don't know. Source engine gravity value. Source engine to default gravity value. Gravity is measured in units per second. 600. Half-Life 2 is 600 gravity, but it's 800 in CS. That's impressive. It's in G's. Well, that link that I found doesn't help me anyways because it's like that it's a unit value, but it depends on the unit, and I don't know what the unit of this engine is. Like, is it the same unit of values in the scene editor as it goes back to the underlying source engine, or is it like a whole different unit of value in terms of like speed and stuff? Like, I don't know what it should feel like. I actually don't know. But either way, I always want to apply an acceleration of 600 down. Always, I want to apply gravity. How do I do this? So I always want to apply gravity. Always apply gravity as a downward acceleration. Also, wait, that doesn't make sense. Didn't this have a thing where it accounts for that movement? It's the on ground check. The on ground check accounts for this, no? Velocity was Z. Zero. Uh, why do you think we're on the ground, you motherfucker? Returns this vector with a given z component. Okay, well, if we're on the ground, then that makes sense. Yeah. Velocity dot with z0. Bounce? What do you mean bounce? With bounce equals bounciness. Try move with step. Try move with step. Make a copy of us to step move. Make a copy of us? What? Oh, this is for stepping up. Sorry, this is for stepping up. Which would only happen if we're on the floor. So that's a whole different thing. This is to actually move. And this is like you can move off the side and start like falling off something. This is my understanding of the problem correct? Because I really don't want to have to re-implement this, but it would be nice to adjust gravity. I can't seem to find a way to. I don't know. I guess the hard part is that like there's no documentation, so you just kind of have to like go through and figure out what all of this is. Max bump, trace from 2 to the end position, no angle. Yeah, I mean that this should just work. Okay, yeah. So I guess my initial theory was correct. Sure. I don't want to go too far into it. Okay, well, fine. This just works. Whatever. We'll just apply gravity. Because it doesn't really matter. We go move direction. How would you do a smooth gravity that feels good? Is there a way for me to query whether or not we're on the ground? Like, can I see if we're on the ground ourselves? Is on ground, so I can actually see this. This is in sync. What's sync? Automatically synchronize the property of a networked object from the owner to other clients. Okay, well that. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but sure. I feel like at that point, if you're networking, wouldn't you just copy over the transform and then there's no simulation really? I guess no, that wouldn't make sense because if you're doing like a first-person shooter, there is some interpolation on the client, so you'd need to do some of the work yourself, and then you just yeah, and then you just roll back or something. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. So we know if we're on the ground or not. If we're not on the ground, as we're not on the ground, apply an acceleration up until a max amount as we're moving. But then how do we? Does this add the value to it? It should. Yeah, because it adds the value to it. It's like I want. What am I trying to say here? When you move, you want your acceleration to be constant. Like if you hold W, you want to accelerate because by a constant 10 units, right? And let's say you scale up a little and then you scale down a little, and it'll feel nicer or feel bad. I'm not really sure. But you want to scale it up a tiny bit, and then you like slowly start to move like slightly slower, and then you keep on moving, right? I think of like Half-Life 2 movement as like the standard of like what feels kind of nice to like play with. Maybe not Half-Life 2. Maybe CS. Maybe CS has nicer feeling movement. But that kind of movement where you start off kind of slow and then you get up to like max speed, and then you stay at that constant speed. How do you define a max acceleration? That doesn't require me to look into the acceleration value and then figure it out from there. Because the only way to do that, because if you just keep accelerating by the value, the longer you hold the forward button, the faster you move. Like you'll just eventually get faster and faster and faster because you keep accelerating by a positive value that gets longer and longer and longer and longer, such that your next step, like every single step, will go further and further and further. We have to look into the acceleration value, right? Because otherwise it feels like this. Is this not already handled? I feel like this is already handled, no? Like for character control, I feel like this would already handle it. And I want to do it by acceleration because then you get all these like other things where, you know, it takes care of where the ground is and like stuff. We don't have to do it ourselves. Velocity. So it's really about the velocity. We can see the velocity, and then we just see the max value of it. Okay. Because when you do with acceleration, right, this plus the value times that. I wish there was a way to clamp this. I really wish there was a way to clamp this. Because, like, yeah, I do want to accelerate it, but I also want to clamp it. Velocity. Doesn't the transform have this? Wait a minute. Let me just think about this. Transform with scale. Nope. I'm gonna use what the engine to drive entity position. It's not really a gameplay thing, but point to local, point to world. I'm trying to see if there's another way to do this that would make more sense. Add a position to transform and return the result. Perform linear interpolation from one transform to another. With position, with scale. This song hurts my head. If you're playing your own song at this point, like on the VOD, and you hear me say this song hurts my head, yes, I'm talking about your song. I guess there's no easier way to do this. You really do kind of have to do everything from scratch again. It's very annoying, but oh well. Basically, I need to clamp the acceleration amount. I need to clamp the velocity to some max value. So like, what is your max speed? Your max velocity. In a weird way, I don't think you can actually see your velocity, can you? So what I can do is actually just hook up my own property that then copies the value over so I can see what that is. Because it is technically a public value. And then we just check it out like this. We do velocity, velocity, velocity. Velocity. Oh wait, it's not a velocity, is it? That's just a vector 3D. A vector 3, sorry. So we get the vector 3, the velocity, and then we just say, okay, what is the current velocity? We can actually check this. Velocity equals character controller dot velocity. So we can check this as we go, just to see what's like a good clamping value to that feels nice. Then we can just do it from this. This feels like a lot of stuff. And yet it has a max value. No, it should have a max value. Yeah, because I always do the forward times the speed. It just accelerates towards that speed. No, yeah, sorry. It's already clamped. No, I was wrong. It's already clamped towards that speed. Because I'm just doing the value times my speed, which is like the forward direction that you're looking at times the speed. So it's already there. I just need to increase the acceleration steps. How do you make it accelerate faster? How the fuck do you accelerate this shit even faster? What if I go like 100? It feels good. And then now we just need friction. Okay. Let's do 64, and then we'll just add friction. Okay. Yeah, okay, so there's no need to do that. I just need to apply friction now. Gravity is still a thing that we need to do. I can see the value. Surprised friction actually doesn't show up here either. We'll expose friction too. This is kind of stupid, but I just want to see what these values do and how they interact with each other. Kind of. Just to make sure that I know exactly what feels nice. Apply friction, the friction amount. Well, actually, no, friction doesn't actually exist. So, okay, let's just apply friction. Character controller dot apply friction. How does the friction work? Apply the amount of friction to the current velocity. If I have 100 friction, what does that mean? But also the stopping speed is 140. What? How do you calculate speed? Speed. Velocity.length. Yo, Sheep Raider OST. Is that the game, actually? Thank you for letting me know. I had no clue that this was called Sheep Raider. How do you know this? How do you guys know these games? Sheep Raider OST. It's a certified banger OST. It's a Looney Tunes game. What? Looney Tunes Sheep Raider. It's called Sheepdog and Wolf over in the West. Wait, no, it's called, yeah, in the West it's called Sheepdog and Wolf. What's this? A Giga Brain. What is a puzzle platformer stealth video game? What? I mean, I guess it makes sense why it's a certified banger OST, because when you're making a Looney Tunes game, I imagine they don't really give you much else, right? No commentary. I just want to see what the gameplay is like. Thank you, game. All right, guys, let's watch this video from Game Gamer. That's right, their name is Game Gamer. What do you think this gamer does? They play game. So cool. This was on the PS1 as a stealth game. What is the stealth mechanic? How do you know all these OSTs? How do you find these OSTs? I find this from a mix, and I don't know where it's from. Well, like I kind of do. I just haven't really checked the like song names and bothered to look all of them up. It's a fairly long mix. But how do you recognize it? Like how do you know it down to a T? That's impressive. So you bring sheep back. You saw someone streaming this game. How did you say, okay, how did they find this a game? Right? Like at some point, like somebody must have been the progenitor of this find. Because somebody's streaming this game. To be fair, now I kind of want to stream this game too. It does look kind of fun. It was ATP. I have no clue who that is. But this game does look really fun. Surprisingly good. For a, because usually like these like cartoon or movie tie-in games, they don't work well. But this one actually seems surprisingly competent for what you get. We'll check it out eventually. I'll add that to the list. Where's my list of games? Avoiding the Puddle, aka Eris. Wait, what? Wait. Isn't he the guy? Isn't he? He is! I only know him from his clips of him, I think, spectating the recent Evo. That's the only place where I know him from. And it's so funny to sort of see because it's like, oh man, his it's he seems to capture some of those weird moments, and also I've seen clips of his funny moments too, and they're very funny considering what he like sees. One of your favorite streamers to use survivor bias on. What does that mean? What does it mean by what do you mean by that? To use survivor bias on what does that mean? Looney Tunes Sheep Raider. We'll do sheep Raider. We'll add sheep Raider to this. Explain to me, what do you mean by the survivor bias? Looney Tunes Sheep Raider. You've been disrobed. How does that make you feel? Objectively speaking, his stream is scuffed as hell, but yet he is insanely successful. You know what it is? It's the same thing with like Tyler One and like stuff, right? Or like Kai. Okay, Kai Cenat is the best example. Every time I watch him, his microphone, like I watch him just to see what he like does with like the large mouse. I don't usually watch many streamers except for like some. I watch Henya. Okay, it's just it's whatever. Okay, but when I watch their streams and their mic blows the fuck out, it's like you know what I mean? You don't need quality. You just need like comedy. You need like content. It's always a content thing. If you think about what the style of your content is, you'll gain success. Not out of the gate, but it's more valuable than quality. Because if you have a lot of quality, but you have no content, it's really hard to like churn that into something. No, don't worry about it. Just know that your character in stick space will be naked. Unfortunately. Streaming in 720p. He streams in 720p. To be fair, he might just be trying to like maximize performance before he has to upgrade his machine, right? Facecam is broken. Is that why it can't display color? Is that why his facecam is green? I thought his facecam being green was like a filter that he put on top for like style. I didn't know it was broken. That's funny. Plays the same old ass games over and over. Let's see. I mean that is rude to people. No, he's not rude. He's not rude, right? It's just it's what we said last time, right? Like look at this new chatter, okay? That person, they registered as their first time chat. Their second message was her because they instantly got disrobed, right? You must put every new chatter through a trial by fire. And if they make it, then they're allowed in. They're not rude. He's not rude. He just has to be a gatekeeper to his own community. I get it. I empathize with him on that level. He's super entertaining. I mean, from the clips I saw, he is very entertaining. You think you get banned if you ask about the greens? That's pretty funny, actually. It just seems like the ultimate troll. Oh, that's absolutely so funny. That's actually funny. Yeah, yeah. I know you're not complaining, Chad. It's just funny. I just like because that description for like everyone else would like be like a downside. But I want a streamer who's like rude to people initially, because that's how you really know that the chat is like very very refined. But not like it's not gonna be like amazing, right? Or like really good. But you know it's refined to a particular taste, and that taste will reflect within chat, right? Because chat reflects streamer, and I don't reflect any of you. I'm now gainfully employed. I have a wife. I have a child in the form of a chihuahua. I'm living life good, okay? I live a good life so that you can't. Anyways, welcome chat. We're building a game in Sandbox. If you expected anything but like boringness and like talking, you came to the wrong place. This is like your time to fall asleep. Though you did miss out on my pump up the beat, I like feet concept, right? I think it's a really good OST, like or like a song concept. He does have clips about the topic. People say they're new, expecting to get their ass kicked, but you give them the trial by fire. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Because like people think you have to like be nice to new viewers, right? But no, the new viewers are the ones who are coming in to disrupt the experience because the experience that you built up is defined by the existing core. Like, and we said this before with like the example that I used was a bit of like the Iron Mouse chat of like the 5% active chatters to like the 5,000, 9,000, 10,000 viewers, right? But basically, think of it as a circle. Everything is a circle. It's a concentric circle. This center, the center of the circle, the center of the jawbreaker is where you all lie. All right. This is chat. This is the culture. Okay. This is the culture. You know what? It's not even chat anymore. You know what I mean? This is the culture. And you're not, you know what I mean? You can't just walk in and then just say like, "Hey, I'm a part of the culture." You're not a part of the culture. No, you have to deal. You have to learn the ways, the ins and outs. That's where the labyrinth comes in. Okay, new viewer, new channel comes in, types register, gets disrobed in 3 messages. It's honestly a tale for it's a 3 message tale. It's so funny to me because it's like 3 messages in, and it's so funny. I need to censor your name so that you're not being like targeted. Because I don't want people to like focus on your name. I want people to focus on the situation that you've like brought us, which is very very funny. So thank you, new chatter who has been disrobed. Right? New chatter comes in immediately, gets disrobed, says, "Huh." Like you're at step 1, buddy. Get ready. Your trial by fire is 2 weeks long, and then you can be a part of the culture. Then there's an open door. You have like people waiting here at the pearly gates. People are waiting for you, right? Everyone wants to hang out with you, but you must pass through. Enters chat, gets disrobed, leaves. That's so good. I love it. Oh man. Huh? Okay, look. You listen. I'm just saying you missed out. Look, type feet inside chat. If you type feet in like chat, then you'll know. It's probably my best line yet. It's like this one. You're still standing. Holy shit. Okay, they skipped far ahead of the line, right? This new chatter has skipped far ahead of the line. They have now gone through the outer ring. Like they have found a shortcut through the outer ring. They're very close to entering the culture. They're very, very close to entering the culture. They're very close now. They skipped level 1, 2, and 3 by just saying I'm still standing. Respect. Give respect to your new viewer. Please type feet inside chat. Look, I'm saying, okay, look. Between feet, but by the way, those are Ryan Gosling's feet. And this line, I think I'm an artist. I should have like I should be writing erotic like fan fiction on literotica compared to what I'm doing here. This plus the Nightbot foot message is amazing. Look. You know what's funny? The AI is gonna come for me first because I make it say stuff like that. Pump up the beat. I like feet, right? In this culture sphere, in the culture sphere, you have things like this, and you also have things like "Don't sully your sultry little souls, my silly little slut." You know what I mean? Like it's just all kinds of like this place is awful. This place is awful. I don't want to be here anymore. Hey, you know what? I'll take a screenshot of my preview. Fuck it. I should make a cover of that song that I played, singing that line. Honestly, I don't even need to make. I will make a foot song. I will absolutely make a foot song at some point, right? I just need a moment to like collect myself because there's so many things going on now. Between starting a new job tomorrow, the streaming, doing the sandbox stuff, and like everything else, there's just way too much stuff going on that I can't like do it all. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna have to eventually like figure this out one by one. So, but the foot song will be a thing. That will be our intro song to the stream. I think these two phrases like really would like capture the feeling of it. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice. I like this. I like this. Maybe I should watch them more. I should watch that aerospace more because I feel like I can empathize with them on a certain level. Is it like you know how like there's this idea of like your streamer's favorite streamer, or your like or your rapper's favorite rapper, like for like MF Doom. Like I'm sure there's some streamers that make a living off of other streamers who want a space where they can go, where they can watch someone that's like them and can empathize with their desires, but they're too say so to like do anything, like they're too pure. And so they can't do it to their own chats, right? So what they have to do is they have to live vicariously through Eris, who makes like the new viewer go through this trial by fire, something that they wish they could do themselves on their own stream. But on their stream, the worst people are the people who give them $10,000, and so it's like I can't do anything. But you are living my dream, right? You know what I mean? Like how like a rich person looks at the person at McDonald's and he goes, "I wish I had your life so simple." The nerve. The nerve. What is friction? What is speed? How do you determine speed? How do you know how do you speed? Velocity dot length. Oh, that's the speed. Right. It's the length of the velocity vector, which is the speed, and then the stop speed is 140. How do I know what my speed is? I guess also maybe display my speed. Yeah, speed. See, I'm onto something here, chat. I'm onto something. Somewhere there is a stream for people not like me because I'm not that like major about it, but there's a stream for streamers where they want to see what's going on. So velocity speed, maybe just to see what this value is. I just want to see what this value is. But yeah, welcome to the thing. We are nowhere near close to done. We're actually very doomed, and I start work tomorrow, which means the streams are gonna get very very difficult to maintain on some level. Presumably, it shouldn't change too much because work is very straightforward. But it's just a recognition that like there's gonna be less time to work on this stuff, and the game jam is like maybe two. It's 2 weeks away now. Well, just under 2 weeks away now from being finished. So we're getting very close to the finish line. What is my speed? What's my current speed? Go. Speed 205. 260. What? Oh, it has that. I've accidentally recreated bunny hopping. Oops. I've accidentally recreated bunny hopping. That's very impressive. I was like, why does it get faster as I spin? And I was like, wait a minute, I know exactly what this is. It's the exact same issue that every other engine like avoids in very particular ways. So bunny hopping was the result of a miscalculation on your movement velocity. As you turn your camera as you move, There's something about the way that you accelerate that gets faster and faster. I can't remember the exact technical details of it. Just know that when you move your camera and you turn it as you're moving, you actually move faster and faster compared to when you're just moving straight. That's why my speed goes to like 1,000 in the top right section as I move my camera. Whereas if I just keep it stable and I just walk forward in like one single spot, my top speed will never be more than 100, which is exactly the value that I set. I've just recreated bunny hopping. God damn it. What's the... How did Valve solve bunny hopping? How did Valve solve bunny hopping? What was the thing again? How do you remove... How to fix bunny hopping? How do you remove it? Fuck it, whatever. I'll just keep it. If you discover bunny hopping in this game, then it's a treat. It's a treat for you, okay? It's a treat. It's a throwback. It's the fact that this is a Source Engine game. Have fun with it. But why do I need this? Because I need to know how much acceleration, friction to apply. Not a bug, a feature. Not a bug, a feature. Exactly. Friction. If I apply like 100 friction, what does that do? So my stopping speed is 140, right? Like as a float. But my speed can be below 100. Bleed off some speed by the friction amount. But if we have less than the bleed the threshold amount. Oh, this is just the default value. Okay, so I'm going to change the default value of that to something else. So apply friction. If I do 100 and I do like stop speed like 10, it should feel kind of like weird. What does that feel like? I don't move at all. I don't move at all. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense because the friction is literally like everything. But if I do 10 and I'm moving at 100 speed, for instance, because my speed is like 100, and I stop, it feels kind of nice. But then you can do kind of like a bunny hopping thing if you go fast enough. If you spin fast enough and you keep on moving, you can kind of do it. Yeah, it's not a bug, it's a feature. But that feels kind of good. That feels kind of good. Obviously, there's no gravity yet, but we'll about that soon. The character model is casting a shadow at least, which is nice. I really should maybe just have like a light somewhere. I should maybe add like a skybox. Is there like a default skybox I use? There is 2D skybox. Oh, thank God. Everything looks like plain and scary. Doesn't look nice. Skybox, lighting, sun. Fuck it. I don't know. 0, 0, 0. Yeah, man. Where are you? So I want the sun to be like this. Okay, that's to move it. How do I rotate things? What's the rotation control? Is there no rotation control? Is there... Interesting. Interesting that there's no rotation control, unless I didn't do the option for it. I feel like I'm actually very surprised by that. I thought there would be like a rotation control to allow you to like rotate things. No? Weird. And in fact, all of my controls are gone again. God damn it, what did I do? There's something that I do and I press that removes all of my gizmo controls, and I don't know what it is. It's really hard to tell, because like... What did I press that turns off all of my gizmo controls? Yeah, fuck it, I'll just restart it. When in doubt, just like restart the entire thing. Doesn't really matter. Maybe friction speed, stop speed 30 would feel better too. Maybe friction 20 would feel better too. Now if I go like this, it feels too fast, way too fast. So yeah, I mean, yeah, that's really just so if you like, you don't really like slide around too much. This is like, it should really be like 15. Yeah. I really should just modify that separately. Because for some reason you can't modify friction elsewhere. It feels weird. Friction, yeah, we'll do friction. Just apply friction. And friction equals 15. Stopping point will always be 20. Doesn't really matter. Or I guess like speed divided by 5. Fuck it. I don't really know why that really matters, but whatever. And then I'm gonna do friction, apply the friction that way, so we can configure it. So the value is always like that. The speed is like that. There's accidental bunny hopping, which is funny for players if they can somehow trigger it. I'm gonna have to add the jump function. Now we just need gravity, and then we're good to go. I have the snowball spawning. Then I can drop the snowball from the player's hands, and then give it a rigid body as it drops. Right now it has none, and then I just add the rigid body component to it, and then I just apply gravity to it after the fact. But it can't be the same as the rigid body gravity. Like the problem is that the rigid body gravity, I don't know how to like modify the amount of gravity. Like I guess it is just gravity, but like it'd be nice to modify gravity so that things like fly further away or something, right? Is there an easy way to modify gravity? Am I thinking too far ahead for a feature that I'll never need? Right? As in a rigid body, I mean, this just defers to the physics engine. How to do everything. On collide, on dirty, update object, update the thing. Yep. Apply. Start, force, torque. Yep. Sleeping. I mean, even to be fair, some item ideas that we had, it's gonna be annoying because like you want to ragdoll the player kind of, but not really. You want to push them away, but not ragdoll them. But at least make them at least not in control. You have to apply a force to them at a point. There's a couple things that we need to build. Okay, I can see sort of a future of what we have to build. I won't explain it yet because I'm still mulling over if I want those items in MVP. But there's a certain level of like things that you need to do to support some features. No, don't use Control I. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Yeah, you really can't use the gravity. Unfixed update. Is updating from physics. Local transform change on update. If it's a proxy right now, which it probably is always, then the transform is now the transform world. Body transform with scale, you get the cast transform. What? Huh? I mean, I like this idea of like naming it something so it makes sense because either way, your thing is gonna compile it down to like a one-liner, anyways. Well, not really compile because it's C#, but you know what I mean. So it makes sense. I just can't see why gravity comes into play, or like what reads this. I need to find what reads this to apply gravity. Is there like a physics world? Found it. A world in which physics objects exist. that's I mean, I don't know what that means, but sure. A world in which physics objects exist. What is this? Like the multiverse or something? You can create your own world, but you really don't need to. You don't really need to. Okay, I'm assuming this uses rigid bodies. So if I search up rigid body, sorry, with the full capitalization, none. Physics body. Is a rigid body a physics body? No. It's a physics component. Does this get decided as a physics body? I don't know. Where is gravity? Oh. Aha! This is the world that get gravity. Here we go. Okay, wait. We're getting closer. Okay, the engine the decompiling did not work. It's lagging the shit out of my editor. My editor's frozen. Give it a moment. It'll fine. Sorry. Get gravity. It's a native function. I mean, it makes sense because I'm assuming this is where it's calling into the source engine. And so we can't actually inspect that because that's you're not allowed to. If I do it on stream, I'm pretty sure I run afoul of certain rules. Like decompiling the assembly of like C# is already getting dangerously close just to understand it. Yeah, very dangerously close. But if you go past the interrupt layer into source 2, then you're in like a whole world of hurt from Valve's lore. So let's not go too far. I just want to see the interface to understand how you get gravity and stuff, okay? Unfortunately, I don't know, the documentation doesn't say it, so I just, I'm just doing my thing. Don't mind me. Oh, there's an API documentation though, actually. Shoot. s&box.game. Maybe instead of delving through code and accidentally decompiling something that's protected by copyright law, let's go through here. Let's go here, guys. Let's go here. Son of a bitch, it's not even here. Okay, well, it's not even here. Common structs, components, an edible polygon mesh. What is this? Like right side. What is this? What's that? Yo. Yo, what's that right side? What's this? Like in the way. What? Just delete this whole thing, I guess. Delete it. Is that better? Was still like a weird fading on the right side. What's that? What's that fading? Oh my god, is that style? Max width. No, it's not style. What's that? Why is there like shit on the right side? I can't see anything. Is it dark reader? No. What's this? Page layout body. What's that right side? What's that? This is just a list of things. Okay, so the container has nothing. This is the container. Page layout API reference. You. Okay, well, just fuck it. Just. What is that? Why does it fade into the background? Oh, fuck it. But whatever. Color, angle, structures, lip sync. Drive morphs from lip syncs to sounds. What? Lip sync. Line renderer, light, particle controller, bloom. A gib. Oh, we can do gibs. Oh, thank God. I was wondering how they like gib someone. As like a nice to have. Good. Goob. 18 days ago. When did the game jam start? Started on July 27th. How many days ago was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's funny. That's good. That's really funny. You didn't help me though. I mean, the API reference is very empty, but it's funny to see the comments sometimes. Somebody saying goob or something. It's just very, very funny. There's an ad coming. I need to use the washroom anyway, so this is good time. I know it's like you get zero value for your sub. I'm so sorry, but I really don't have any way to continue this like one because I'm gonna piss my pants. Most ads I will not stop. I've decided on most ads I'm gonna continue or do something else for like a moment, but I need time to build up like a feature, kind of like how Pirate Software does like TTS during those moments, but in a different way. I'll figure out something to do during like ad time for us. We'll have an ad break thing for us all to like hang out in as like a sub thing, but again, as I said, it's gonna take like another week for it to come out, so because of the whole job thing, so we'll have more fun stuff to like do. So I'll be right back to use the washroom, and when we're back, we'll continue trying to figure out how the fuck to do anything in this. I've had an epiphany. While I was on the toilet, I realized something very important. One, I need to set up my work laptop, but I'll do that after the stream. Two, we need to actually take care to actually integrate with the physics system correctly. Well, I cannot implement my own gravity because of this. The physics simulation is a much more compelling feature, compelling system as a whole, because you get much more dynamic behavior from it that I think is going to be fun. If we use the gravity from it and we use the mass override, presumably we can then modify how things feel, and doing it through that way, through the physics system, feels like a much more fruitful venture than trying to implement it all in our own sort of fake way. Especially since we'd just be doing the same thing anyways, because I do want snowballs to roll down a hill if you stop rolling it, kind of like the game of Sisyphus, as like a huge piss off, right? I'm gonna have like a giant hill on the map as a funny thing. I'm going to be using their terrain editing tools because apparently they have some, and see how just to see how far I can sort of take that concept, right? However, this requires us to fix two issues. One, I need to make it so that my little controller, whatchamacallit, my like this thing actually doesn't replace the gravity that's coming from the rigid body or from the physics world. For some reason, it does, and I don't know why. So we need to figure out why that happens. Two, we need to make it so that the mass of what we're plowing, let's say the snowballs and stuff, is directly related to the mass of the physics object itself. So this must be 1-to-1. To do must tie this to the physics mass value. This way, we can still calculate strength, like the push force off of the thing. And we can also use physics to like modify this. So let's say you lower gravity to make it easy to push things upwards. That's a fun and compelling gameplay mechanic, right? On some level. Maybe, I don't know. But at least it opens up levels of dynamic gameplay elements that we can include just by modifying these base systems. Which feels easier to work with in the long term and also probably a lot more fun in like a constraint sense. Because you can even apply these to like local objects just by themselves. So the source engine, I do remember there's a bunch of console commands that you can do stuff like SV timescale. I think it was SV timescale, or like gravity and like stuff like that. So we should be able to modify this all from the physics world. So we know that this world exists. This is a real world. We can use this world and modify it based on whatever this interface is. So this does not belong in this object. Allow editing until I don't want to edit. No, I just want to see it. Son of a bitch. This is the interop engine. We cannot go here. This is a copyright that's a copyright landmine. Don't do that. Don't go there. I'm assuming they didn't include the source for the source engine. I mean, obviously they can't. So we should be fine to not accidentally open it. But if we ever do, the stream gets shut down. I'm not even kidding you. I don't want to deal with like Valve's lawyers, man. Sometimes they're scary. Every lawyer can be a little more. Every lawyer can be really scary if you piss them off. But that should work, because then you get all these dynamic, cool things going on. It all just works. There's no need to re-implement things. You just use what's already there. I just need to figure out why is it that when I accelerate a certain way, it ignores gravity. That's the only thing that I don't understand why it's doing, or like what it's like doing. So if I don't apply anything, if I don't do any of these inputs, right, and I just have gravity, what is the value? And I don't even do the acceleration, actually. And let's say if I apply friction, does that affect gravity too? Like, is the character controller itself just not a good fit if we want to use the physics system? Because this thing may be like an older component that was made for a time when the physics system wasn't fully integrated. Because I don't know, everything's in like flux, right? So we just have to see how this works. We can see the velocity speed as well as the friction. We can see what happens when we turn it on with the gravity, and we'll see if it just stops moving. See that bounciness? Like, it has that bounciness, so it works. And there's no velocity speed. So whatever gravity is not the same as velocity speed. And in fact, you can kind of see how this kind of works. See how I'm still kind of sliding? I'm still moving. It's almost like it's divorced from everything else. That's weird. It's like it's divorced from every single other thing in the engine. Like, gravity is not the same as everything else that's going on. I mean, obviously it has to be, like, because it's the physics is like driving everything else, right? But what I'm trying to say is, like, it just feels weird. It doesn't feel right. I don't know. Well, what's the thing that feels weird to me? What's the thing that feels weird to me? One, I'm surprised it doesn't just stop me. There's no way to like. I spawned the snowball, so it pushed me off. The snowball's in front of me. It's like colliding with me. Oh, that's so stupid. Why is the snowball spawn so huge? I'm like moving here. I can't stop moving. Slowly sliding off. I guess because there's no damping, huh? 5. No. Wait, it's not damping. No. Huh? Divorced. Divorced Sag. Oh no, guys. We're getting divorced from our systems. How do we make this work with physics? Well, how do we solve this issue of the sliding? This is a flat plane, right? This is a flat plane, so it should just be stopping. How do I how do I conditionally apply gravity but stop it when I'm on the floor? When I touch something? It has a bounciness like function to it. Or rather, this material can like kind of bounce when I land on something. Is that a part of the rigid body or is that part of the not? Is it because I'm using a rigid body and it's not really a very compelling physics object? Is there a better physics object besides the rigid body? Like, what's the category that the rigid body is in? There's no category. It just is. What's a better rigid body? Rigid body for characters. Good, bad. I don't know. Hmm. Because a rigid body doesn't deform or anything. Just kind of does its own thing. It just keeps on moving. It just kind of does its own thing. It's a whole separate thing. It's basically, is there an equivalent to the Unity 3D character controller, a kinematic body that you'd expect? Because the Unity 3D character controller would have physics interop. You know what I mean? Easily do movement constrained by collisions without having to deal with a rigid body. It's not affected by forces. Oh wait, no, that is it. What's the one that is affected by forces? There was one that's affected by forces. Was it the kinematic body? Does it even have a kinematic body anymore? Actually, I actually don't know. 2012. What the fuck? Fine, fuck it. Preview. Kinematic body. Or am I thinking of this the wrong way? I don't know. I guess they removed it. Okay, so yeah, but because this is technically the same thing, but it's like it doesn't have the. How to deal with the rigid body and then the rigid body. I just want to see if I'm on the right track in terms of thinking. Yep. Yep. I'm on the right track with thinking if I want to do it like a physics-based game with the rigid body. The problem is that there's like weird little things I don't know how to manipulate. This sliding issue is a problem. I need to stop it from sliding. And I want to have the physics body there because then it's funny if somebody rolls a snowball into you and you go flying, right? I don't want to have to calculate the angle of that myself. Because then I can just apply a force to you. But then does that really matter if the character controller allows you to apply a force to it, right? I don't know. And what's the problem with just having both? One to handle the movement and one to handle the physics. The problem is that the character controller, when you apply it and you try to move things, it gets rid of the gravity. When you try to accelerate things. But you want to accelerate things, because that's like it feels very nice when you move. That's exactly what I want to do. And it handles the problem of if you get stuck in a wall or something. It tries to push you backwards, which is nice. Otherwise, you have to do it yourself. That's a whole mess. And that's the only way to go about it. At least that would make sense. Maybe we do just have to figure out how to make it workable. I don't know. How do we make these two play together? Because the problem is that like this even handles the bounciness within the character controller. This is like a simulated physics thing. Feels weird. What? Sorry, that was a weird like built-in ad to the playlist. That was strange. It was a fake ad from the song. How would this work? I must be thinking about this the wrong way, because bounciness is not the same. The movie that bounces that. You get that? I must be thinking about this the wrong way. Yeah, Chase Su, Prime Wu, Bossy Wu Hang, right wow, Handle, right on. In case result. Let's just try this. I'm very curious about this one thing. If I do this, and I do this, and I do I really should add like a can you move thing toggle to this instead of commenting the codeout. But now we apply the acceleration. Oh wait, what happened to my friction? Friction right there. Blah, blah, blah. Friction is currently 0. Make that 15. Oops. So you apply 15 friction, you go, and then if I get to, but if I do it as I'm falling, what? That seems stupid. That seems very stupid. Exception when calling update. Yeah, never use. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. These things are not meant to be used. Stop it. There's a snowball in me. Oh fuck, it's like fucking me up. See, it's this. It's the fact that when you apply any level of acceleration, it immediately stops the downward force. But the gravity is still affecting you, so it's building up. Like your gravity is getting stronger and stronger. So as soon as you touch the floor, it's like a massive drop off. So the longer I stay up here in the sky, the worse it gets. And then you bounce off. How do you make it respect gravity? I don't understand why it gets rid of gravity. Is this something that I'm doing wrong? I guess I am technically accelerating 0 in that direction. I'm theoretically accelerating 0 in the Z direction. But does that matter? Because then it just adds it, no? With acceleration. Move by the amount of acceleration. So it should preserve the current acceleration. It's because the acceleration doesn't copy the value over from gravity. So I need to... You do this with the and then you get gravity. Okay, I see. You have to get the gravity value, put it inside, so it handles that as acceleration too. Okay, well that's fine. Yeah, okay, well that's fine. And whatever ticks this. Oh man, how do you get the gravity value of like an object? I mean, look, you can. How do you get the gravity of an object? Okay, maybe hide the screen. I'm gonna hide the screen just in case I do accidentally show like a bunch of code that we're not legally allowed to. So I don't know how far the decompiler will allow you to like take you, and does it try to decompile everything? So, which is like a legal landmine. Let's just see. I don't know. This world. Well, it's not a decompiler, but it's the only way to look into assembly is like you have to like undo everything, and they include all the symbols because they kind of expect you to. I think so. Physics world. This is the interrupt.engine side. So this is all the interrupt side. Data of engine. Data. I'm assuming gravity is from the side of the. So the side of the source engine, and we can disable and enable gravity. We can get the gravity scale. We can set the gravity scale. Right. That's the function. The function that we need is set gravity scale to modify the gravity. We can get the mass of something on the physics body. Physics body. Oh, physics body. Wait. You can get the velocity of the physics body. Is it stupid to try to build everything around a physics thing? It's weird. It doesn't seem stupid because it's like you want to move the character as it is, even away from physics, no matter what you do, anyways, for a character. But you still want physics things to affect them, like gravity and stuff. But for some reason, whatever I'm doing doesn't appreciate that. But all I'm doing is just adding an acceleration and then moving it. So I don't know. Feels like it's missing something. But you could theoretically get the movement, the velocity of the thing itself, of the physics body from the engine. Because this thing does implement that, I think, right? The rigid body does implement that interface, I think. Well, no. How do you get the physics body of something? How do you get something's physics body? You can there's a bodies thing here. Can I get like a physics body? Create step simulation of the physics world. Step physics from model. Oh. temp function for creating model physics until the entity system handles it. Right, and we saw this from that side. From was it the character controller helper? I think it was from here. No. Model. Nope, wasn't from here. Model. Nope, wasn't from there. Where did I see the model thing? There was one thing where it was like a model thing, like a model function. Okay, so you can do that. Physics world, set up physics from model, set up physics from model. You can delete this world and all objects inside. Okay, don't do that. This one should be locked down. So yeah. Process intersection. This song is giving me a headache. We're going to something smoother, chat. I'm sick and tired of drum and bass. On intersection, that just does the intersection work and figuring out how to use how you're supposed to behave. Am I thinking too complex now? We remove physics entirely and we simulate gravity. That's probably shit, right? Wait, isn't there some example of this? I swear there's an example of this now. Within something else. I swear there's an example of this in some of the world now. Wasn't there? Or some of the project. I can't open a project. You can't run multiple copies of this game. Because Steam doesn't allow you to. But you can't. But sometimes you want to open multiple copies of the projects. But Steam won't allow you to. This is stupid. Okay? Well. Is there a way to see? I mean, I guess we could just create like a. Is there? I swear there's like a placeholder character, you know, like a full-on character. Let's see. Okay, you know what? For now, we'll put this on the back burner. We're spending too much time on it, anyways. We'll just fix it later. 2-2. Fix gravity not applying when we move as we're falling. I don't know why. Well, okay, just do like this. We'll write this down. What? What's this? XML comment is not placed on a valid language element. What the fuck is an XML comment? Oh, that's why. Sorry, I guess that's their version of like a documentation string. We want to have the physics engine drive stuff like gravity and collisions, but we also want to move the character controller only caring about collisions and not by applying a force to the body. This might be wrong and we might just have to move to recreating the character controller to apply force to the rigid body if we want a physics-based movement system that feels good. However, as we apply acceleration on any axis other than the z-axis, aka the oh god I'm falling axis, gravity disappears because we're doing it as a manual move step divorced from the physics system. What's weird is this: the physics system is still running, however, so when the player relinquishes control, they instantly splat on the floor and die due to the massive amount of acceleration built up on their character. But we need to figure this out eventually, because that's kind of a major blocker for what we want to do. It'd be fun to have the physical movement there, and then we don't have to redo all the physics stuff ourselves in like a shitty implementation. We just need to fix the character controller to make it like respect gravity. I don't know why it doesn't. I don't know why it doesn't respect gravity. I don't know. I feel like I'm using it correctly. You get the rotation, you get the value. It seems straightforward. You then build up which way you want to move. This being zero shouldn't affect things because because when you accelerate, you add the value to it, and then it figures out what is the length of your movement. Like that's a whole different thing for like the vector. You're not replacing the value. You're just adding an acceleration to your existing values. You know what I mean? You can feel this by punching yourself in the face, right? Like you feel this by taking your fist and punching yourself in the face. Your whole body doesn't stop moving. Like you're gonna recoil back in pain. So, I feel like I'm using it correctly. It just doesn't. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. We'll just move on to the snowball. So now we hit the snowball, and we need to push the snowball down. Oh god, we need to push the snowball down. Just imagine you take your fist, you punch yourself in the face. Okay, it's the same feeling. That's what I'm feeling right now. I don't want to program anymore. Oh hey, welcome, Ray Days. Hey, hi Athol and Red. How are you two today? I hope you two are having a great day. What were you up to? How was your day? And I hope that you're having a good time. I can actually raid y'all very soon. I think. I don't know when you guys wake up. When you guys start your stream. If you guys start your stream at 12 p.m. Eastern, I can raid you. If you don't, I don't know what to do. But thank you for showing up. Appreciate it. We're programming a game. That's why I feel pain. I'm in large amounts of pain. I'm not making any sense. Okay, I've been investigating. I've been going down a rabbit hole of a physics system that I don't. Do you know what gravity is? How fast is gravity? Can you say that value off the top of your head? I don't know anymore. You were playing Hades. Oh, nice. Was it Hades 1? Because you're still, yeah, because last time when I saw you playing Hades, you were still in Hades 1, right? Did you, how far are you in it? Are you enjoying it too? And I can't wait until you get to Hades 2. It's surprisingly good. I've been playing it offline. I probably shouldn't, but I haven't really been doing it on my stream because it's really hard to play those games on my stream. I don't know, for like me. What's for the game am I making? I'm glad you asked. The name of the game is called Snowjob. This was a working title, but everyone enjoys the name, so it's now the official title. And it's funny because it's a group game. And it's not what you think. It's a game about rolling snowballs, trying to roll them as like a whole group, and as the snowballs get larger, you need more people to like help you to some extent to make it faster. And then you build like snowmen, like snow structures, whatever you want to build, right? That's it. We have to do this in 13 days because the game jam is ending for s&box. So we might be doomed. And we've been trying to fix some issue with the gravity and movement, but I've decided to that's a problem for me tomorrow to fix. I sound like Seymour in that, like, you know, the steamed hams thing when he's trying to explain like the whole fire thing, and he's like, "I'll be right back." Hades 1, you beat the Hydra with all weapons as of this stream. Nice, with all weapons. That's actually intense. Oh my god, but nice. Are you planning to get like Hades 2? Because if you are, I will say it's really good for early access. It's surprisingly fully featured too. Like, you are not gonna feel like, oh, I bought an Infamy game. However, I also recognize that it is very expensive. I'm very surprised. I mean, for the quality of the game, it's quite good. But yeah, it is pretty like massive, both in terms of content as well as like the price. Like, it's surprisingly, it's a worth it for me for sure. Even though it's like early access, I'm surprised at how much content there is. And like I've heard like tales of it being more content than even the first game just in early access. So absolutely, as soon as you finish the first one, nice. Everyone, please go follow Athol and Red. They're great fun. Last time we played Monster Prom with Athol, and then Red will also sometimes play RimWorld. I need to show up for like a RimWorld stream because like those are always funny. I always show up for like Athol streams whenever I can. So yeah, I'll be sure to show up as like well. Please go follow them, and they're always great fun. And please say hello to them. I'm assuming you're going to bed now because it's like late at night over there. So if you are, thanks for showing up. No pressure to stay. You're allowed to sleep. You are allowed to sleep. Yes, you must sleep. You want to play Monster Prom again soon? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I want to do. I know you guys did the first one yourselves, but I really want to do at least the second one, and then maybe the first one. I don't know if you want to replay it, but I'm also down too. I'm really down for just more like I don't know. That the co-op visual novel genre has me hooked. There's something about A, not having to do all the voices, which is great. B, the dynamism of it. It's like very, very fun. Sorry, my wife is texting me. But yeah, if you do have to go, please do, and please don't feel any pressure. And have a great day. I'll be right back. Sorry. Okay, sub the chat. I'm back. The sub is still going, so it takes some like time. Instead, subs. I have a story for you. I have a question for you. How long do you think it takes to set up like an email for like someone? Like, just think about this. How long do you think it takes to set up like an email for somebody in your organization to do things? Okay, maybe no more than 5 minutes, right? It's been like it's been 8 hours since I put back the contract, and they haven't said anything. They haven't given me any emails. They've officially closed their like day, so they're done. I start tomorrow. I have no access to my work. I don't know what's gonna happen. So I think tomorrow it's gonna be very touch and go. Because I don't know a single organization besides Google and Amazon and Apple that has a good first day experience. Like those organizations, I've only heard great things about their first day experience, and it was so structured and so easy to sort of get into it. At every startup I've been to, it's like the first day experience is the worst thing for you. They never have an email ready for you. You get invited last minute to things. Everyone's too busy to explain things, so you just kind of like hit the ground running, which is fine. But it's fascinating to sort of see like how disorganized things are, even for basic stuff. Like again, because you need your work email to access a bunch of like other services, like say, you know, team messaging or like project boards or even designs. Like if you're doing like front end design, like I am. No, sorry, not. If you're doing front end development, like I am, well, it's technically a lot. It's like everything technically. But if you don't have access to designs, then you're kind of out of luck. You have to hope that your designer is free to screen share the entire day, which is like that is a really painful way of doing things. So I'm very curious to see how my first day tomorrow is going to like go. It's always like funny to go into a startup and just because like you like dream, right? You have a dream that maybe they've got their shit together. Maybe there's a startup that's like solved the problem of like a day one start is like the most critical time because the faster you get someone going, the more value they can put back into the company versus burning it. Which for a startup is like the hardest thing to solve is reducing burn rate. But they never do. And so it's going to be fascinating to see how much money I waste for them tomorrow. I love wasting corporate money. I love wasting corporate money. Anyways, welcome back, non-sub. Sorry. Just commiserating with my subs about something funny that's like happening. If into a switch statement. Why the fuck would I do this into a switch statement? I feel like this is worse. Like I genuinely feel like this is a worse statement. No? Switch has snowball. When false, and this. True and this, or just true. Is this not like a worse syntax? Why did they recommend me that shit? I don't know why I did that. Anyways, we need to get the snowball to drop now. I don't really care about anything else. The snowball also needs to spawn like in front of our character, so outside of our body. We need a way to dynamically know what is the outside of our body based on the extent of our body, such that the physics of the snowball won't collide with our player body. So we need to do like a ray trace from the edge. We need to edge ourselves. Yeah. Yeah. We need to edge ourselves. Yeah. We need to edge ourselves away from the thing. Away from the outside of our body. How do we know that? That way we know where to put the snowball in front of us. How do we know that? It's like in front of our body where we need it. Okay, that's interesting. Because then that would just solve it instantly for like a dynamic system. Because then I could like modify player sizes at like whim, which would be funny for like different things. Like say you have massive arms to push things, right? Is that I'll figure it out later. Okay, well, it'd be nice to do this automatically. Like to do would be nice. Figure out how to dynamically calculate position from. Wait, no, I do have this. I have the center of something. No. I have the center of something. I have the. How would you do it for like I don't know, generating like a mesh or like generating like a hitbox from like a mesh? Well, I guess that's different. Generating a hitbox from a mesh is very different because you have the model itself, which describes the vertices, which is relative to the origin point. So you can just get the position of those and then just draw the faces and just take the coordinates of like everything and then convert it into a physics mesh. So it's a very different problem space. Mine is more about like if you don't care about that. Because physics is not the same as hitbox. But can I get the hitbox? Anything in the this? Ray. A classic. What are these comments? I'm just gonna go through all these comments. There's something funny about these comments. Hello world. Hi, I love you component. Homie! 3 days ago. Rip entity bozos. I feel like... Wait, Carson? Does that call me Carson? Who is Call Me Carson? I've heard his name like a million times. Please don't tell me this guy's like a controversy, you know? Does he do Minecraft? He does. This guy's gonna get a controversy someday. Oh fuck. Game object. Japanese, game object, Japanese. I don't know what that means. I love Unity, entity, game object, entity system, my beloved. Go. Game object support in action graphs is ass. 18 days ago. Me after using Unity's ECS. What? He did get cancelled. He did get cancelled? It all comes back. That's why I stopped playing Minecraft. About to make a scene. Gary's balls. Gary's balls. So scene core. Working on a new scene right now. Sapadilla. Is that not... That's Yumi from TFT. You'll never guess what for. Honestly, I don't think I can guess. That's from StarCraft 1. Scene kids. Oh, it's not for the usual, right? It can't be for the usual. You'd only say that if he got canceled for something that isn't the usual. What is this? You can post pictures in this? This is stupid. One of the API utilities of all time. Oh, there's the functions on the right side. Oh, this may be the... I mean, this feels... There's like one thing YouTubers get canceled for. Okay, well, I thought you meant there's like something else. Like, because like that's the thing that I guessed originally, right? Because when you say you'll never guess what for, what you mean... Like, usually people use that to mean like... At least from how I've heard it, they usually say it to be like, it's a reason that is not common. Right? He's a kid diddler, right? Is he not? He diddles kids. That's all. That's really all what Minecraft people are known for. Like, why is that like the Minecraft thing? Game object. Nah, it's a Britishism. Okay, well, listen. There's English outside of your tiny island, okay? Your island, we saw on the map, is smaller than the top of Canada. The top half. What is this image? What is this? They make it easy. Game. We are gaming. Nice. Public class. Game. My class. We are gaming. Oh, you can get people's Steam ID. That's interesting. That feels awful. Is recording video. What? Gizmo. Really, Gizmo? Gizmos. We have like double your population. Nobody lives there. Okay, no. People don't live here because we only allow the cream of the crop, right? We don't allow people. Wait. Request stream async. Ask IO stream. Wait, C# system IO stream. Stream for all things. Request a stream. What does that mean by a stream? I mean, it's just a sequence of bytes, right? Is there a limit to the stream? Because, you know, stream can just keep on going forever and ever and ever. If you request a stream in the HTTP, how does HTTP streaming work again? I forgot about HTTP streaming. HTTP based, yeah, released in 2009. Yep. By Apple. Yep. The Streams API allows you to. Could you? Basically, I'm trying to see if like I can use the Stream API as like a thing to add more, to do the networking thing that I wanted to do before. But I'm assuming no. Just we'll figure that out later. I love my friend Jason. Okay, well that's noise. So noisy, woozy, real time, spy. Is valid, not true. Input, mouse down. What is this? RuneScape frog. Sorry, Chad. I know we're getting this like very distracted, but we're just looking at this. There's no way that was Carson then, right? Like, there's no way that on the component or something, or the game object, that the first one was like Carson, no? I like this. Revolutionary. Who is up? Sound they're handling. Finished. Surprised no one said anything about finish. Connection user. Wait. Networking manager. Networking my beloved. Find connection. Oh, that's just which connection is currently active in the entire thing. Join best lobby, query lobbies. Right. That's for the lobby system. No, I know that. Okay. Wait, maybe you can do it inside the engine. So initially, the idea for this game was that it wasn't really going to use the party system. Like it kind of was. It was going to use the party system to like handle things like like permissions and stuff. Like if they're in your party, you're allowed to build on the space. But the goal of this was to allow like everybody playing the game to play together and share their buildings on like a shared map. Right? That was the initial goal of this, which now I recognize was too lofty. But let's say if I get it done for Christmas, right? Because I do want that done at least for like Christmas time. You theoretically use a connection, set up a connection to like a server, send a bunch of request messages, and then get some responses, and you can just sync everything over, right? It'd be kind of weird to have two different methods of syncing, where you sync the players that aren't in your party through a separate system versus the ones in your party just handle through the built-in networking replication like RPC system. And maybe it'd be better to do it all through this one system, but I don't know. Let's see. This actually might work. Okay, we'll think about that. So this is good. This is doable. I like how it has like your profile name or your profile picture. It's good. That's Missy. Where is it again? There's like a bunch of players all over the place. MVP is there. Nice to have. Can do networking through this. Movement. I mean, just syncing in general would probably be best done in the same way for both, since having two separate systems might be weird for networking from a code maintenance perspective. Sure, we'll do that like that. Write that down for later. Angles. 2 rotation helps a lot. That is true. 2 rotation does help a lot. Yeah, I think we use it somewhere now. Well, not really. I think we just actually I think we manually calculate everything. Represents a color. 4 floats. Yeah. Ray, a classic rotation. Rotating is very pog by Pete Broccoli. Remember to multiply rotations if you want to add them. Is that why? See, chat, I'm telling you, whoever that person was last time that came in last time that we accidentally warned as like a funny thing, I'm pretty sure they like worked there or something. It's funny. There's nothing quite like who made this? Why are you allowed to post pictures on this? Game transform, not equal transform. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Why do they allow you to do this? Like, I get it's funny, right, to have comments and stuff, but like, why would you want to have people doing all these comments? It feels like you love pain kind of thing. Like you really enjoy the pain of getting people to like say this stuff. It just feels weird. And also, this documentation is worse than just going through the code because the API documentation doesn't really copy over the comments in the code. Like basically, this is useless. You're better off running like your IDE because Visual Studio has the same thing where it can look into the assembly and like find things, and then just reading the comments in that way compared to going here. At best, you might get like a very interesting comment, like the fog consumes all, but other than that, like there's not really much else that you can do. This component, should we add the stuff you want to be outlined? No shit. You just need to add the highlight component to the camera. You want to render the outlines. Okay, we should use this because then we can highlight the like target. Okay. Yes. So that's for the cursor. MVP cursor. Whatever we mouse over, whatever we look at should have a highlight outline attached to it. They already made it for us. Thank you, Gary. Camera or needs specific setup. Look here. Okay, I'm glad we found that at least. Citizen animation helper. Wait, you don't have to use this to animate your citizen, but our aim is to put everything in here. Our aim is to put everything in here. So maybe they do still use the citizen animation helper. Character controller, citizen animation helper, gradient fog, fixed joints, legacy particle system, lip sync, line renderer. No, I need. Well, I mean, no, not really. Manual hitbox. Probably only necessary if you want to do like a very specific hitbox for, say, like a shooting game. And you want to like simplify it down to specific spots. Network helper, we know that. The particle thing. I guess there is no other physics way of handling things. Goob. I guess I really am. Does this still work? That's a good question, man. I don't know. I mean, really, they're not really. Yeah. Oh, get the actual physics body. Oh. Oh, you can get the physics body from the rigid body. Oh. What? Really? Oh. Hey. Okay, wait. So maybe we can fix that. Maybe we can fix the movement by doing that then. Can access physics body from rigid body, which will allow us to also pull out its current velocity on the Z axis, which we can then just apply as an acceleration to prevent it from getting lost. I guess that's really one way to do it. It's kind of shitty, but it's whatever. It doesn't really scale though. Like it doesn't scale over time. So like realistically, I still want to fix it from this. This doesn't really work because it'd be better to just fix the underlying issue instead of band-aiding over it. Okay, so we do that. Okay, good. Snowball. I need to figure out a way to throw it out further. For now, just throw it out like really far. Move the shit like really far away from me. Like, I don't know, like 100. Doesn't really matter. 60. We need to figure out how to dynamically calculate this. We'll do that later. We'll just throw it out there pretty far, that like a certain height. And then if we drop it, we need to apply a rigid body to it. So snowball right now. What is the current size of my snowball? How big are my balls? 0.1. Plowable mass. Snowball. Plowables. That has no rigid body, which makes sense. As soon as we add the rigid body, it'll fall to the floor, and then we just start rolling it by applying force. Presumably. I mean, That should work. Yeah. So as soon as we drop it, okay, so drop it to start rolling. Drop it falls right where you are. I need to get the component that this. I need to get the object that this is attached to. The snowball itself. Oh. Wait, yeah, I had the snowball, right? Oh. I need to keep it on this. Sorry. I guess I'll just expose it just to see it, right? Like the current snowball. Private. Game object. Snowball. No need to do a var. Just do snowball. I really should have just done a search and replace there, but it's okay. We'll do snowball like that. When we hit the snowball, we'll drop it if we click the drop button, which is going to be the right click button. Right, modal input. How do you do modal input? It'd be nice to have a state machine. Yeah, fuck it. Whatever. So when you drop it, we then need to apply the thing to it. Not null. Snowball. To do, maybe a better word. To do better check just for now. Should be a part of the state machine checks. And then when we drop it, we want to apply a rigid body to it. And it should just drop from my hands. Snowball dot add component? Components. Access components. You can't add them. There was a cheat sheet somewhere that said the... Sometimes you know what you're looking for, but you don't know where it is. So true, Gary. So true. There's more people than Gary. I don't know why I keep saying this. Components dot create. Wait, what? But you assign it to a variable. I'm assuming it creates it inside the container. Then it wouldn't just give it to you and then not assign it to the container. I'm assuming. So if I do like this, snowball components dot create. How do you work? How do you work? Huh? How do you work? Huh? Let me look inside you. Where T is a type of a component, and then it makes it new. It instantiates it by calling it new, so it's a dynamic allocation. Makes sense. It adds it to a callback batch. What is this? Huh? Callback batch. I'm not okay. Let's just ignore that. That's not really necessary. It adds it to the thing. List add. Okay, so it does. Okay, so and then it gives us it back if we want to modify it. Okay. I think by default, this thing should have everything. The snowball should have no locking. What does a rigid body have that you can modify actually? Has damping, locking, motion enabled. I think by default it should be good. So just the default rigid body should be good. We have it here. Should then drop down. We need to relinquish control over it, and we need to sort of unset the snowball. Well, no. It's weird, but now it's no longer in a control, it's just out there in the world. Yeah, okay. That kind of works. And then we need to have the snowball churn with our character. Right now it just sits here. To do must rotate snowball with character. Which is gonna be so annoying. Do a throw is a thing. Okay, let's just try the drop down now. Problem is I don't know what button was dropped. What did I send is drop? Why are you so massive? You're huge. Dude, you're huge. Holy shit. Do I have a rigid body? No. I have a soft flesh body. I have a kinematic body actually. If you push me, I won't fall over. I'll actually do a backflip onto my neck. Like because I spawned with scale 1, don't I? Flesh tuber. I never want you to say that ever again. I hate that phrase so much and I don't know why it's so funny to me. Oh man, it's just so funny. That's scale. I mean, really it's local scale equal 3. I mean, let's just not replace it. Let's do like, I don't know. Wait, can you even do that? Isn't this read? It's read only get with x dot with. It's a vector. I mean, I guess if the vector 3 makes sense. Can you imagine accelerating scale? That would be funny. I guess it would just like slowly get larger and larger. I guess it would be funny as like a weird mechanic of like growing larger and larger. I know some games kind of do this with like blobby monsters. Can you imagine like imagine if VTubers start to overtake flesh tubers, right? It feels like it's getting to that point, or maybe I'm just too much inside the bubble. But if it ever gets to that point, right? To differentiate yourself as a streamer, because the default is now a VTuber, you have to say, no, dude, I'm a flesh tuber. It's like, oh yeah, you're one of those fleshy people, huh? Like, dude, that's so old school, man. No one does it anymore. I'm just waiting for like one of the 500K streamers to change their entire body. Then we'll get into something wild. Then we'll have a new genre of streaming come out. Is there no easier way to do this? Wait, what X? Float? I think there's an easy way to do this. This is probably stupid. And this is probably awful. I need to be nicer. And there's probably an easier way to do this. When a flesh tuber graduates, they die. When you die on Twitch, you die in real life. No. They also graduate when they run into problems, right? Like a Minecraft flesh tuber graduates at the ripe young age of like 28 because that's usually when they're first. Actually, when are most like controversies? What's like Dream's age? Well, the Dream stuff is apparently fake, but call me Carson controversy. Accused. Call me. He was 19 when she was 17. Isn't that when the wait? Is that aren't you guys like in the same group? Well, it's still weird, but like that isn't that technically like Robin Hood? I'd be surprised if he was charged for it, because usually Robin Hood laws cover that. Call me Carson. I don't know age, but he was 19. Okay, yeah. So like at the ripe old age of 19, most Minecraft tubers they have to graduate sooner. I'm gonna stop talking about them because I don't know. It's weird. I'm trying to stay away from controversy myself here, chat. I don't want to like accidentally be like I don't want to become like a drama channel, right? I don't want to become a drama channel because then that is when my channel dies. If you come to my channel and I'm a drama channel, just leave, and then tell me that you're never coming back, and then tell me that's like why. Because I need a slap in my face to step away from that stuff. It's so mind numbing. Yeah, this rotation is also like hard actually. Must be around the central axis. Must be at a consistent distance from the character. Imagine you're holding a box and churning. Do it like that. We'll do it like less. That doesn't really matter. Okay, we'll do like that. We'll do like that. Why does the button not work? I'm assuming the input's here. Settings. What? Input. Drop. Mouse 2. Mouse 2. Is that mouse 2? That's mouse 2. Save. Create the rigid body. Then why don't you fall? Why don't you fall? If I add you, you should have gravity, no? What happened? I didn't click anything. The scale is still so off and I don't know why. Why is the scale off? Pause this. Why is the scale off? Don't I set the scale here? Oh, is it local scale is not actually scale? I don't know. But local transform is local transform. Is it just scale? What's the point of like local scale then? I don't know. Why'd you spawn in there? It starts at 0.1, and then I scale it when it spawns to 0.1, and yet it pops out with like a massive. I'm so stupid. I know this looks 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 stupid. But I don't know any other way to do it. This is so dumb. I'll just do it quickly. I don't really care. My shadow has a tiny PP. There's never such a thing as a tiny PP, chat. Oh, I also need to unparent it, actually. I need to now set the parent to nothing. So snowball and then snowball dot parent. Set parent. Null. So this detaches it from me. I add the snowball. I then drop it. Drop the snowball, you motherfucker. Drop it. I'll figure that later. We do that. For some reason, the scaling still doesn't work. I don't know how the fuck do you like modify scale. I don't get it. What is my local scale? Wait, actually, what is my local scale? I don't know. Let's just look at this. Yeah, do it like this. I'm gonna do it like this. Like, what's the difference between local scale and how could it be a local scale? What? Doesn't make any sense. Isn't scale like scale? Like scale is one of the values that doesn't have a local versus like a global, no? Or is it scale based on the local scale compared to relative to your parent? How's that work? What? Because position makes sense. Position is like a relative to your position. That's a very easy concept to understand. But what is scale relative to your parent's scale? If your parent is 5 scale and you have 0.2 scale, are you a 1 scale or are you a 0.2 scale? I don't know. I don't know. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. Scale is 0.1. We're gonna go like full scale, like normal scale, like large scale. Because I'm assuming if I move this up here, it doesn't really change anything. 0.1. Yeah, local scale is the same. Okay, so it needs to be my global scale. But also, how come the prefab doesn't care about that? So I'm assuming if I do like this, it's huge, which is exactly what the thing is. Still 0.1. I guess, how do you see the scale relative in the editor? I don't understand. Or do you just do it like if I have the thing and I scale it down? I guess in the prefab, if you define 0.1, it's only relative to, I guess that's where local scale comes into play. It's relative to the prefab itself. So it's like you have the scale of the prefab and that's all you really have. Right? Compared to, can I just move this separately? I can. Oh shit, I can. I wish I had a widescreen monitor. So what I could do is just have the editor in the middle, have a giant widescreen, like, stream, put Rusty's Retirement on the bottom, put Melvor Idol top left, Subway Surfer top middle. I don't know, the Min-Maxia Idol Dungeon 2 on the top right. And then we could just have like the game window on the right side, the editor window on the left side, the editor in the middle, code editor in the middle. That'd be sick. God. I could letterbox the shit of this. I could even get a sponsor from JetBrains. If I do that, I could get a sponsor from JetBrains. And they'd be like, wow, so cool. It's local scale. So I'm using a giant fucking sphere. So I guess in the game we have to roll it down. I'm silly. But like this should work now, and then we go over to like test bed. Recent scenes test bed. Son of a bitch. I don't know what to do with you. What? Oh, because it's stuck on the thing. So what's the point of setting scale at all? That's kind of annoying. Like it makes sense because it's from the prefab, so it takes all the values from the prefab. But you want to get the value to be the exact same because this is a default 1.0 sphere scale. I don't want to have to make like a model of like a circle to do a shitty like placeholder snowball, right? Like I'd rather just do it like this, but you can't because it's like here. Hmm. Hmm. I will say the movement is kind of perfect though. Like the way that we've done the movement is exactly what you expect. So you can keep rolling forward with your snowball like this, with very limited control left and right because it's a physical model. You can even kind of pull it back by moving backwards, which we probably need to not do as much. But the movement feels good. I'm seeing the limitation of prefabs that the other game jam contestants were talking about because the other game jam contestants, when like the previous game jams, they asked for a write up from the various contestants to see what was like going on and stuff. One of them did mention something weird about prefabs and the way that the mental model of like prefabs in your head, if you come from other engines, doesn't necessarily reflect if you try to use prefabs within Sandbox. And I think this was one of the points where like there's some things that just feel off about the way that you handle you know changing the value of a particular one without having to divorce it from the prefab itself. Like I but is that maybe that's a wrong use of like the idea of a prefab, right? Because like if I'm trying to do this, does it make sense to do it like that? I don't know. Basically, how do I scale this thing down from a normal giant ass cube and make it feel good? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I also need to lock the camera as it's moving around. I need to fix some of the slidiness. Um, to do lock the yaw once we're detached from the body so that you can't pull a Chucky head spin or something. How do we get the snowball smaller? Also, it doesn't divorce itself from the thing. Like, this part doesn't work. Oh, because I never said that we have the snowball. Okay, well, there's no need for has snowball. Like, we don't even need this anymore, actually, technically. That's stupid. If snowball equal null, I'm assuming that's a fine check. Then we have this. We spawn the snowball set to that property. Then else if snowball not equal null. Sorry, I've been in the JavaScript land for like a while. Then we go like this, spawn snowball, then we drop it. Drop it. Drop the snowball. Well, now the input. Is it because of the input? I don't know. What's an easy way to step through code? What's an easy way to enter the debugger? Hmm. Hmm. Because I could add a bunch of like console log statements, right? But a step through like a debugger is also very handy. Come compared to doing like console logging. If it supports it, because then you can see step by step what it does. But if it doesn't support it, then I guess we're doomed. Hmm. I'll be back. I need to sit down on the sofa for like 3 minutes just to really think about this, okay? I need to sit down for 3 minutes on the sofa. I'm sorry you're getting ads so soon, but I just need my brain to do a bit of a reset. I feel like I got punched in the face. This really is made by Face Punch Studios. BRB. I love taking 3-minute reset breaks. It's so nice. So I'm sure there's a way to debug it like you normally would with like a full-on debugger, but I'm not gonna bother figuring that out. So we just put a bunch of console logs. And I figure out why this logic doesn't work. I feel this logic works fine. You have a snowball, you then press the button. Well, I guess down is probably not the way to do it. Currently pressed down. Maybe just pressed. Action wasn't pressed, but now it is. Let's just press the button. As soon as you press the button to like drop it, we then drop it down. This theoretically should work because it's now no longer null. We have a snowball there. It's set to the thing, so we have the snowball. Surely this would work, and then saying the parent to no should then work as well because then it's fairly straightforward. Like it. Oh no. It then should remove it from the tree. Oh, is it because you can't set a parent to null? If this is seen, can't set the parent of a scene. If a value is null, set it to the scene. No, so this automatically does the setting it to the scene thing already for us. So there's no need for us to like manually set it to the scene. So this doesn't work. If, else if, not null. I feel like it should just work. Add the snowball. Doesn't all of a sudden set the parent. I'm right-clicking right now. Is it because of the input order? Like, can you have two button inputs like this? Or does that not work? Basically, will it ever register the form snowball button? Or will it register... Sorry, basically, if I press mouse 2 because form snowball is ahead of it, will it ever register this? Will it ever register the like, drop? Or will it always register form snowball? In which case, how would you do like different modes of things, right? The category, I don't think matters. I don't think so, at least. I don't know how you would... How do you add a new category? Well, okay. Let's delete this. Gamepad code, group name. Fuck. Snowball controls. If I move it to a different group... I guess it really depends on like what you can do from an input perspective. If my code is correct, then that should work. But my theory is that you never get the input for a drop. You always get the input for a form snowball. I can actually check this. So if I log this directly, thank you for the cheat sheet, very handy. For logging the console, form snowball. If input just copy it right here and then oops. Go here. I really should learn more hotkeys for this. It's very annoying. Let's do it as a one line, doesn't really matter. And then same thing, and then now we do drop as well. Is it because I called it drop and not drop snowball? Is the name of it correct? This is why I kind of hate the fact that like the input system is separate from your code. It's like you have to like two different sources. But aside from code gen, there's no easy way to ensure that they're the same. That you're calling the same values. So this is the console. Form snowball. That's exactly it. So if you have the same input key on the same thing, you can't have modal controls. Fuck. You have to handle modal controls yourself by just having a generic primary action, secondary action, and then just hoping that it works. That's very confusing. There's a different solution for this, depending on how you want to look at it. I prefer Unreal solution because it's a very interestingly extensible solution. Unreal Engine solution is they have like action mappings and action sets. And what you do is that you can define it as a component itself on something. So you may have an action mapping on a controller, on an object that also has a controller. And then that controller can like look into it and then pull out certain actions from that action map. So a car action map for like primary fire might do something else or something. You also get to define key controls based on your current layer by doing that. So if you're in a car, you can make the layer of the car take precedence over the movement of the character, and then when they get out of the car, you can remove that like layer. This also allows you to expose it from settings fairly easily as well because it's fully integrated. Otherwise, you have to do this manually. Oh god. Basically, because it only takes the first one, and I want to have modal controls because you form the snowball and you drop it with the same key. Because I'm thinking from the perspective of a controller, you only have so many keys. So you kind of have to go for almost like a modal control system, especially on controller. Like you have to have some level of context aware controls. What ends up happening is that to do this, to make this action happen, you would need we need a sandbox section. Why is this not in the sandbox section? That's such a good image to not be in the sandbox section. Huh? You'd have to define it yourself. Especially that whole thing, actually. Wait, sorry. Over. Sorry, not the sandbox. The Snowjob section. You would need to define like a primary action, secondary in the input mappings. But then in your code, you'd have to handle the modes here. So whatever input settings that you can do from a game level that sandbox the client exposes would be meaningless because the player would just see primary and secondary. It wouldn't make any sense, right? We'd have to communicate through the UI that the primary action in this mode does this, but the code would have to handle the modes that these actions would apply to. Yeah. I think it makes sense. Yeah. Just to keep it as simple as possible. Because it's a very contextual game anyways, and this allows us to free up a lot of the button space to do other things, especially on controller. Because we might want to do even more weird stuff, right? Because controllers always have like, the 1, 2, 3, 4 over here, 1, 2, 3, 4 over there, joystick, bumper 1, bumper 2, bumper 1, bumper 2. Usually a button that's here for like a start menu. Sometimes a secondary button for like options. Sometimes a third button, but that's not guaranteed. So you're looking at like, 4 here, 2 here, 2 here, 4 here. And then this is axis. This is for looking around and for movement. And then menu. I'm assuming this one is going to be taken over. Actually, no. We can actually define a custom menu because we saw that happening within the My Summer College game. Or whatever that like game about taking like a hot sauna bath was. And then like, and then like a B1, B2. Not too many buttons to work with. And it feels intuitive to press the button again to drop your snowball. To me, that model makes sense. So maybe we do it like this. We define a primary, secondary. We just explain in the context. We pop up like a UI tooltip that says secondary. When you have a snowball, it changes to like drop snowball. And primary will like begin the throwing sequence by like holding it. And then you do all that manually. And then we just ignore the input system entirely. And we just say primary, secondary, movement, stuff like that. Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So instead of this, can't do tilde. I'm going to stop opening console. Duck, run, jump. Movement's fine. Primary action. I mean, primary can be left. Secondary can be right. And edit these to be like actions. Yeah. It's going to be very generic. Okay, we'll do it like this. Probably easier then, because then there's not like a million things that we need to keep track of in terms of naming. And either way, we'd have to do that check anyway, so it's fine. So now it'd be like primary, secondary. So in the context of this, it'd be like secondary. Yeah. Yeah, that should work. Okay. This feels like a stupid workaround. Primary with throw. And then secondary at this point would also drop it. There we go. So boom, boom. So now it detaches it from me. It rolls away. Detach that one too. Why did it clone? I don't know why it cloned. Oh god. You see how it kind of works, right? I don't know why it's like cloning it, but it kind of works. Okay, this doesn't really work. I don't know why it keeps it there. I also need a time for them to disappear eventually, for this to work out well. Because as this, why does the one in front of me still stick on me? I slide like shit too. I slide like shit. This feels awful when holding a snowball. Why? That thing is affecting the mass correctly, but why is it affecting the mass of the movement when this doesn't move via the physics system? Does this move via the physics system? You do velocity with acceleration, and when you move, you go over here, you do the move. You then do the step. We're on the ground, so you do the step. You have your velocity length, you get the length of it. Okay, the controller helper is the one that actually does the move. So you might try move with step, so we had the step on. The fractions, you try this, you see what's going on. You try to move upwards, like you try to step up if you have like a step in front of you. But what actually does the move? Step to move further, copy its data to us. So we update our position to move us. What? Try move velocity length. Velocity clip planes. You do traces to see where to go if there's a step in the way. You then calculate the angle to know if you want to step up from it. Try add thing. So yeah, this doesn't deal with physics at all. So why is that thing moving me? It's about the velocity clip plane, isn't it? There's something about the velocity clip plane. That thing is doing something. Velocity clip planes. Wish I could see that. I'll just make it. New velocity. I actually have no way to make a velocity clip plane. Whatever the velocity clip plane is doing is kind of interesting. Okay, well, something about the snowball is affecting the way we move. I need to figure that out. Snowball doesn't drop from our hands. It's like it's copying it. Oh, it's because we click it, so we remove the snowball. Right. It's like we're removing the snowball, but because we also have it pressed down. Pressed. Action wasn't pressed, but now it was. There we go. That should really be the call. Gather. Move. And then we need to do the thing where we lock onto it. And I need to revert control back to the way it was moving before. Right. Okay. Why does it stick on that weird control? What's forcing the camera to move like weirdly? Is it this? There's no way. Input that down forward, left, right. Yep. Input that down run, you just increase the speed, yeah. Look controller. No, not run anything, sorry. Plow controller, snow plow controller. If input that action down plow, this will all have to be done. So to do, this has to, I mean, snow plow is kind of stupid. The term plowing doesn't really make sense, right? Because plowing something is you're getting rid of it. No, like you're picking it up. There should be like a snow push controller. I don't know why I named this plow. I don't know what we were doing for the past couple of programming streams of this. But now that my mind is clear and I'm less tired, like it makes no sense to me why I named it like this. God. It says to check if we have a target to move in front of us. Find plow target. Land move and update directions voice. Why did I do this? So this does update directions voice. So trading makes sense, and then you get rid of it, and it makes sense. Feels like it's still good. You then do it like this and it feels good. If I walk into that thing, it feels good. Okay, everything feels good now. Before it wasn't feeling good. Now it feels a lot better. You can kind of move these by just running into them, but that's not the point of that. That's not the point of that. Oh god, it's that issue. Yeah, it's that issue. Oh god. When you run across a sphere surface, it rotates the body, which is detached from the head, which causes this. Like they have to be in sync 24/7. For some reason they're not, which is weird. Local rotation, because moving the camera around should be like that. The rotation of this thing should be locked to the rotation of the direction source. If we want to lock it. Okay, I see what's wrong. Okay, so this thing has to. It's because I wanted. I see the problem. Because sometimes if the body accidentally moves, because it's a physics object, it must move the camera as well. If we're not currently moving something, the reason why we want to detach is so you can look around as you're pushing a snowball, so you can keep moving in like a certain way, and then you do your churn using just WASD. The problem is that we now have to solve the problem of what happens if your body moves out of sync of your camera, because right now they happen to be in sync because I set them up in the same direction. But if your body gets churned like you're moving along a sphere surface, which shouldn't happen by the way, I don't know why that happens. Then what happens is that you get churned and it feels weird. Your body shouldn't be moved along a sphere surface. Why does it do that? Like this shouldn't happen. Because of the physics. Because of the physics. It's because of the physics. Because of the physics. That's why it happens. I'm pressing W at the moment, which moves us backwards. It's because of the physics. I guess snowballs would have not a sphere collider. It's kind of weird. I don't know. It's almost like you need two different colliders. Like you need the collider that it has with the world around you as it rolls around, and then you need the collider that it has with the player, where the player just kind of bounces off of it. Doesn't really affect anything on the player itself. Hmm. How do I prevent one thing from touching some other thing but not touching something else? How do I prevent something from physically interacting with some things but not others? There's more and more questions as we delve deeper into a physical based movement system, which makes me believe that maybe we're going down the wrong track and this is too much for for an MVP. I'll write down here. Inside Snowjob. Maybe that's the worst thing to do for an MVP is to have that much complexity. How to prevent some objects from physically. How to change the way some objects physically interact with others. Context. Player runs into sphere. They get rotated around because of the sphere outside. How did we used to fix this? I say we because like I was working with somebody who last time for like a smaller project a long time ago, because this is a very common issue of like you run into a sphere because the way that the sphere surfaces, the way that you do movement, you might end up rotating around it too. There's a very specific fix for it, but I can't remember what it was. But I do vaguely remember it has to deal with how you move things, so we may have to update the character controller itself. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. But in the meantime, we can lock this. Whatever. We have it working. We'll fix that later. Also, we need to. Well, I guess we do need to move this. To do needs to be locked to rotation. Needs to have some way to lock rotation to a direction source. Probably do it separately since it's It's a very specific need for a very specific context. Yeah, okay, we'll do it like that. Then we do this, we apply friction to it. The friction feels kind of awful, actually. Maybe we should do... Actually, the friction feels fine. Maybe 15 is a bit much, though. I don't know. We'll do like, I don't know, like 10. 10 feels good. 10 friction, that's fine. We drop the snowball, so we have it. Snowball size, I don't know what to do about that. You can't modify prefab, so we need to figure out some way to have the snowball be small. And I may just need to make a small model of like a sphere, because the default sphere, it's kind of hard for playtesting. But for now, having a giant fucking snowball is funny, so it's fine. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It's perfectly fine. It's good, I guess. That's good. It's fine. So we're done the dropping the snowball bit. There's a rolling the snowball bit and then targeting it. So we'll leave the throwing the snowball out because that's not super important. The most important part now is we need to be able to target the snowball, highlight it, then start rolling it. So we need to find a target in front of us to start rolling it. Snowplow. This is the thing that handles the targeting. So if we have no snowball in our hands, we have no snowball in our hands. Fuck. I hate modal control schemes. But at the same time, it makes sense. Why do I want this to be separate? It's because I wanted like the ability to add like shitty little robots eventually that can do the snow plowing for you as well. And they'd have to do the same thing anyway. So it's like having this on them could make them like push the snowballs just the same as a player would. So I want it separately, but in doing it separately, we now need information about like, are you allowed to push a snowball? Like, are you currently in a state where you can push snowballs? If you're not, then you can't even do like do this. Disabling this is a concern of something else. So I mean, we can just disable components, right? You disable components. You can disable game objects. You can disable We're in luck. So I can do snowballer. Can you have like a generic list of components that I can disable as like while you're doing something you can't do with this? I mean, at this point, this is getting very complicated. This is stupid. We'll do it one by one for now, and then this is This is so stupid. This is so dumb. 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 When you work with someone and you hear them say this is so dumb, they never will say it about your code, right? They'll never say that to somebody else's code because that's an asshole move. You hear that? If you hear somebody saying that this code is so dumb, they're talking about their own code. Okay, they're talking about themselves. Like they're looking back on themselves and they're going, "I was an idiot." But with somebody else, it's like, "Oh, I can see why you did that," and then they'll like massage the message to make it work, right? Because feelings matter, right? But to yourself, dog, I don't know a single programmer who like loves themselves. Every programmer is so mean to themselves. I'm mean to myself. I need to go to therapy. We have a snowball. You did disable this. As we have a snowball, we disable this. So make this be a separate check. Aware. Aware, so aware, king or queen, so aware. I need therapy. What's it again? Enabled equals false, yeah. So we'll disable it if we have a snowball. This is so stupid. Wait, we'll just do this. Snowplow controller dot enabled equals snowball not equal no. There we go. Equal no. So if we don't have a snowball in our hands, we can then use the snowplow controller. Like we can do stuff. If we have a snowball in our hands, then you can't do anything. And you shouldn't be able to get a snowball in your hands if you're already snow plowing something. Oh god, that's so weird. You have to turn one off compared to the other. This is, I mean, it is easy to fairly model in terms of like, okay, you just turn this off if something else is there. This is better, not in code. This is actually better. This is actually, okay, look, genius. This is much better, not in code. No joke. There's a better way to do this using the action graph. It's much better to model it like this. Because in code, it's like very annoying to do it for multiple things, right? But let's say you all of a sudden have different modes that you have to handle. Just do it in your action graph for your player prefab. Ugh, I just nutted. Jesus Christ. I need to use the washroom, sorry. I'll be right back. I don't want to talk anymore. I don't want to do anything anymore. You know what it is? This is a great example of what happens when you get really deep into programming, right? I've been a firm believer that you only have about maybe 4 to 5 good hours of focus. Anything beyond that, your brain is mush. It's very hard to keep focus for a long time without stimulants. Things like coffee, things like, I mean, I've heard people use Adderall. Fun story about the Adderall. Somebody that used to be dating back in high school, I was staying over at her place. Her brother, who was also there, I mean, obviously, it was just the two of them living there. Yeah, he took Adderall and he was like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna take Adderall and I'm gonna finish this assignment because it's due tomorrow. He spent like 14 hours playing League of Legends, went from Diamond to like Master, and then he was like, I don't know what happened. What did I do yesterday? And I was like, yeah, that's why you don't take Adderall. Well, unless you're ADHD, but that's a whole different thing. But yeah, basically, like, my brain is so mush at the point that I can barely think about these like problems anymore. And I become more and more and more withdrawn and reclusive in the way that I speak. There's simply a hard limit, I think, to just how much you can push your brain before you simply need a break. So we have 2 hours left. I think we're just going to call it in the 2 hours. I was hoping to go for a bit longer today because it's my final long stream day, but 7-hour stream, pretty good. TBH with how much time is left. And we should be able to get most of it done now because now we're into the fun stuff again. Like again, we don't have anything to learn. We're not fixing problems now. We're just doing our business logic of like the game. So it should be straightforward to do. Imagine the ability. Instead of banning people, you could send them to ad hell, but the only way they can go to stream/chat again is by watching N hours of ads. I could do this. You know I can do that, right? Like I could theoretically, because this because okay. I don't know, like ad networks. What's like a good ad network? Adpushup.com? Sure, I don't know. Okay, well my ad blocker blocked that, so. But theoretically, you could go to like an ad network and be like, hey, I'm gonna make this idea because all they care about is the number of people who go there, right? They don't care about how they necessarily get there. You can't really run afoul of it. And you know, if they're doing it and they're willing to sit through it, that's a much greater sell than selling banner ads, okay? Because they know that banner ads, the value that you get from them, the click through rate is very, very low. But somebody who's willing to sit through these ads to be able to come back to stream, yeah, like that's a pretty good incentive, right? So I could probably convince them. So like, hey, like yeah, I will definitely have a system where chatters who are being bad or being sent to this timeout naughty room, they have to watch these ads. And they have to tell me what the ads were about. And they have to answer questions about the ads, right? We could theoretically use AI or something, or maybe even the ad network could like provide like the synopsis of it. Because I think that you have to provide some script of like, you know, what is what is your ad about? And you could like do some matching of like what the person's answer was to what the ad was based on the proposal that you send to the ad network, or like based on the review of it, right? If it doesn't match, they go back to hell. And then it's like, okay, now your click-through rate is like massive, right? Because it's like people are looking at these ads. They're actually paying attention to it. There's going to be a higher rate of people who like go, wait, I actually might need this. So they click on the ad. Boom, you get money. I think your click-through rate could be off the charts. We could double the amount of money that we make overnight from streaming. And it would be hellish for people because you have to pay attention. You can't just walk away. No, you got to write essays about that shit. If you're in timeout for 2 hours and the ad is 3 minutes... What? 60 divided by 3 times 2. You have to watch 40 ads and summarize 40 ads. Okay, maybe a 3-minute ad is too much. Maybe 60. You know what? If you think of like a TV show ad, how long are TV show ads? How long is like 15 and 60 seconds, okay? Each one is 15 to 60 seconds. So let's say the longest one that you have. Oh my god, for 2 hours, dude, that's 120 ads. You have to summarize, write down, review 120 ads. That would be hellish. I would rather be banned from chat forever than have to sit through that. Yeah. I mean, it'd be great. It's like 1984 levels of reform. I'm going to add that to the list. What's my project list? Projects, music, projects. What was this? Yeah, add hell system. Timeout for naughty chat members who are being sussy-wussy and need a little alone time with a corporate approved sponsor. Must watch the ad and write a summary that matches the ad proposal given to the ad network to some degree. Even at high ad length of 1 minute, someone in timeout for 2 hours could have to watch 120 ads. I love this. CBM could be massive. Revenue could be tripled overnight. And then also must watch the ad. This negates the need to do something like e.g. pause checking. And presumably ad networks get a summary of the ad anyways, because I doubt they have people watching the ad manually. So we can just reuse what they have. Pitch this to Google. Wait, don't even pitch this. No, make a startup based around this idea and pitch it to schools, prisons, streamers. I mean, there's a huge overlap between these three parties as is, right? The governments and parents. I like that. It's good. I like this. Oh, parents. Okay, parents especially would be a great revenue source because children have no self-control and will want to buy everything. They can easily leave jail, but then the parents enter the capitalistic hell that follows. Ugh. You're so lucky, chat. If I was like more of an evil person, like if I was like your average CEO with like no feelings and like no sense of like humanity in my bones, you don't understand. Like you actually don't understand how awful I would be to people. I would be so bad to people. So bad. I would easily make $1 billion and you would all be in like 1984 ad jails. Ugh. So good. Thank you, Chan, for the idea. You're lucky I'm not evil because I'm too late, and also that I'm lazy to make a site up. But I think this could totally work. This could totally work. Oh man, that would be awful. But hey, at least then the banned chatters who want to rejoin chats, they could refund our stream, right? Basically, pitch it to streamers as a way to recoup the cost spent on moderating bad users. Yes, bad chatters. Yes. And tell them to enable the setting that blocks the chatter from viewing the stream until they're unbanned. Okay, because there's a setting for this. If you're banned, I can actually block you from viewing the stream on the streamer side while you're signed into that account. Obviously, you can make a new account and stuff, but it's like, how many accounts are you going to make for one stream, right? Like at some point, you're going to be tired of it. This is the ultimate hell. I wish there was a way to like automatically. You could write. Oh my god, chat, even better. Make a Twitch extension that overlays across the entire stream and causes a redirect through an exploit I shall not name. Causes a redirect through an exploit I shall not name to the jail in order to force the chatbots into giving us money too. See that? Now we've also captured the chatbots too. Because then it just plays the ads, and because it's based on a contract of like how many people see it, they have no clue. They have no clue that's bots. And if they go like, okay, are these real users? I say, well, that's not really my concern. That's like Twitch's concern, and then they can duke it out with Amazon. God, that's so good. So not only do you uh, 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 can redirect legal issues to Amazon. It's their users, not ours. Not only do you outsource your legal concerns, you also maximize profits by capturing the flow of money coming in. Oh, magnifique. Oh, c'est bien. Yes. Well, what have you done? You know what's funny, right? This idea of like separate timelines and like stuff. There's a timeline out there where a more evil version of me has obtained this idea in the same way, or like like how information ripples across timelines and like stuff. The information of this has entered their idea as an imaginary thought, and then because for them it's like they're not streaming. There's no chat to like tell them. But my evil version is like, wait, I can make money off this. In another timeline, you've just caused the birth of ad jail. Well, I didn't know they were a bot. Exactly. Redirect all your complaints to Amazon, right? Exactly. That's it. Oh my god. Some of the timeline out there is like suffering from a 1984 like jail. How about this? Working title 1984 simulator. That's so good. That's so good. Actually, that would be a fun game concept too, right? Because now there's like games where it's like spot the difference. Like a game based around this could be like, like 1984 simulator. You have to go through a bunch of propaganda, make sure it fits. So like a bunch of like ads and make sure that it fits some like message. And you need to figure out like what the underlying puzzle message is. And it can be a mixture of like sound, video, as well as text puzzles that you see inside the like game, which would be cool. And then you could even have like one of those like, old school film projectors where the film is on those wheels, and you could modify or like play with the projector in order to see like different things. So like, lenses that change what you can see output from the projector. I think there's something there. There's something there. There's something there. Puzzles as you must sift through propaganda or ads or something to uncover clues to a truth. I think there's something there. I think there's something there. Right? That'd be kind of a fun puzzle game that really relies on just the aspects. Although the puzzles would be very light on gameplay mechanics. But it would be like a very focused puzzle game based on like a medium of video within the interactive world. The problem is that I don't know how to add more interactivity. So this needs a lot more interactivity because the main way you solve things is through watching and recording and viewing, which is a passive thing you can do without interacting with the game in a more direct sense. Changing lenses is one thing. And wait, chat. Okay, write this down. No, not there. That's a games project. Stream sessions projects. 1984 simulator. Thank you, chat. You've given us 2 great ideas today. Plus 2 mod points. VIP points, sorry. We don't give mod points anymore. Because I have to pay mods. So it's like, I don't want to bother. You know our current mod? I don't even pay. She just shows up, says one thing. What's a tree sitter? Oh, okay. And then leaves. Like she doesn't show up anymore. She's here to see like, oh, it's boring. And then she leaves. You know what she said? She said that Days Gone was boring. And I was like, how dare you? How dare you sully one of my favorite games, huh? She's only lucky that it's funny to make her a mod. Otherwise, she would be at the bottom of the of the barrel with the rest of chat, where like the crabs could pull her down, and the crabs can't come out the like pot. It's like, no, stop! I want to leave. I'm free. I no longer have to work. It's like, haha, you're stuck here. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we need to do this. We need to do action graph in order to disable certain things. So if I have this snowplow controller, land move controller, is there a way to order this? Oh, thank God you can order it. Thank you. Model renderer. We still have a way to group it. They also use AI to check the essays to cut on costs and for viewpoints. So I'm hoping that the ad networks already have it submitted, right? So I'm hoping that it's already there, and we just do like a very basic text search. So what's funny is that it doesn't have to be accurate, right? If we cared about accuracy, we would use AI. But the truth is, I don't care if it's accurate. Because the longer they stay there, the more money you make. So you want to incentivize an even worse system for matching, one that's done on the basic like heuristic, like a typing game. Like your average typing game, like here. Sure. It's like this. Like that's it. That's all we really need, right? And if it doesn't match, then it's over for you. Then you're doomed. That's all we need. Why is this image here? Oh, that was perfectly timed, and I didn't even plan that. That was just from some random comment on some FacePunch API thing. Yeah, so just check for keywords. Exactly. Yeah, just to keep it like really simple, right? And if they don't match it, then they stay longer, and we make more money. Oh, God. If I was evil, I'd be so rich. Like, no joke. If I was evil, I'd be super rich. Bonkers rich. Why do I have morals? Morals are stupid. I want money. I want morals. Get the controller, land move controller, snowplow controller. Hopefully it's fine to do it like this. So now, can I add? How do I add an action graph event? It'd be nice to add an action graph event for like when you have a snowball. Morals are a social construct. How many people have you killed today? Like how many bodies do you have in your fridge, eh? Got a lot of bodies in there. Eh? Smile. I don't know what you're talking about. Smile. Property, and how does this work? Like public action. Wait, action in system? Huh. Wait, what? Oh, wait, what's an action? Encapsulates a method that has no parameters and does not represent value. Why does every programming language have a different name for certain things? Like, it's so, like, callbacks, delegates, actions, functors. I've heard of functors. Like, there's so many different names for it. I wish it was like one single standard naming scheme. You know what it is? If we use professional terms as an industry, and we expect professional terms as an industry, we should enforce a standard of like specific terms like an industry would. Like if we're gonna do like a gang of five thing, sorry, like a gang of four thing, and we take inspiration from like architecture and like pattern design, then we have to actually stick to that level of quality too. Like we have to actually be good engineers about this and not just a developer. Feels like a waste. So on snowball. On snowball. On make snowball. And then we'll do one for on drop snowball. I just want to see if this makes sense. On drop snowball. Just see if the action graph stuff works. So when I make a snowball and then when I drop a snowball, I'll do it, whatever action is there, and I'll handle the disabling the component from there versus having all these like hooks into different things that don't really make sense. See if that works. Because that's probably easier to do then, because then I can add multiple components to disable, and I can define my modes as part of the action graph while having what each layer does within the component itself. So the layers don't care about what mode they're in. That's sort of a higher level concern based on other things. And obviously, this isn't necessarily perfect because it's like, but like I feel like it makes more sense. IMO. Um, yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. So on make snowball, on drop snowball, on gain snowball, on lose snowball. Yeah, that's a lot better. So when we get a snowball, we get a thing. Here we do on gain snowball. We just run it. I guess we just run it, right? What's that? Yeah, you just you invoke. Ooh. Yeah, and if it's optionally there, then we invoke. Invoke with a warning. Call an action, swallow any exceptions with a warning. In the context of snowball, that's kind of funny. Kind of funny. On lose snowball, I really shouldn't invert these checks. I should be doing this, and seeing what mode I'm in to like do it in. Versus like this. I think there's some specifications like that. Like I think there's some standard that says you should use words and or instead of symbols like da da and da da. But there are probably not a lot of things specified in like those. Yeah, there's like some standards like that. But what I've seen is that it's exactly the problem that you point out in that A, it doesn't specify everything. B, not everything follows it because we still have the and like ampersand symbol versus the word and, right? I've only even seen it in the context of like some languages agree on some things, or this idea of like families of like languages. Like you use C and you use Zig, and they're both very similar. You use C sharp and you use fuck it. I don't know. But there's families like like you look at the language and you go, all right, that's cousin C sharp, and you look at another language and you're like, holy shit, that's a Java family down the street. We gotta stop them, right? Like yeah. C flat, yeah. Please don't tell me there's a C flat language. What they name is C sharp? I've always wondered like why they name languages the way that they do. I'm sure there's a story for C sharp. Because by the way, that guy who like made C sharp and like did everything, Anders Hellberg, I think, he's still kicking. Like he's actually he made TypeScript, which is the best invention for web developers since sliced bread, and Notepad plus plus. No, Codemasters. What was the thing? There was like a web editor that was really bad but also good. Dream something. It was like Web Dream or something. Dreamworks? No, that's the company. Dream something. It was like a Dream something like HTML drag and drop editor. It was awful, but I remember having good times with it as a child. You wouldn't be surprised if there is. There probably is, but the reasons are slowly getting lost like time, right? I mean, C in general is kind of a weird name as is. It's like, what does that mean, right? A, B, what happened to A and B or C? You know what I mean? At least names like Rust, it feels kind of interesting because like, why is it named Rust? Rust has a meaning as an English word, so as well as it's a Facepunch Studios. I'm surprised Facepunch Studios actually went with C sharp and not Rust. I feel like they had an opportunity there to do the funniest thing possible. You guess it's the mere C++. C++ is 1, and then C sharp is also C++, but the music notation. That's a good guess, actually. That's a good guess, yeah, because the plus plus increment operator on top of C, because C was designed as like, C++ was designed as like almost like a superset of C, but not really. It's not really a superset, but you know what I mean? And C sharp being +1, but like a different flavor. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. I mean, C sharp is the cousin in the C family that you don't really want to talk to because, like, he really overcomplicates things. And then C++ is your old crazy uncle who, like, has no legs left, but he keeps on growing them back every like couple days. So he likes to blast them off with some crazy move. And C is your grandfather who, like, keeps on telling you about the good old days when, They worked with pointers. And did you know that, SimCity or Roller Coaster Tycoon was made all in assembly? And that he was there. He was there. He saw the runes. Yeah, that's what your guess always was about it. That's a good guess. You hold that theory close to your heart and you think about it. All right? And you deal with it. C flat. Stylized is a esoteric programming language that uses music for its syntax. There's no fucking way. solangs.org. What do you mean music? Oh my god. Oh my god. Only takes MIDI files as input. Oh my god. We've gone too far. We've gone too far. We've gone too far. We need to stop. What's the thing again? What was the thing? Sorry. Character controllers for the thing. Land movement? Why is this in land movement? No, it's not. Snowballer, snowplow. Okay, so this one should now have action graph, custom action graphs for this. So now, when I gain a snowball, how does the action graph work? I want to... This probably makes sense for doing things. Now, how do I add an action? I don't know. Components. Get or create. So let's get a component. I don't know how to get this. Unable to resolve type binding. Well, yeah, of course. I'm trying to figure this out. T. Snow. Missing value for required parameter. T. This. T. What? Well, I'm filtering. I'm filtering. I'm filtering everything in self. What? Components in our parent. What? In this object? What? I don't understand. I can't find anything. I can't define T. T doesn't work, man. How do you make a T? How do you define T? I'm gonna shit my pants. Brother, you're not populating. Why ain't you populating, man? Why aren't you populating? You have, if you're looking in yourself, you have your components. You've got your components. No? I'm filtering and nothing shows up. I don't understand. Is it broken? Are you not meant to use this? Like, are you not meant to use this at all? Like, wait. Step 1, read the documentation. Get game object. No shit. How do you like get the selector to open? Oh, you drag it. Uh-huh. How do you get the game object? Clone game object. What? Get game object. What? How'd they get that? Oh. Wait, the action starts here. You do here. For each children in the game object. I'm trying to think of like what the flow is here. Do you have to do a filter on it first? So you have to like find a specific one? So like all I don't know, body? Like the body. What the fuck is this? Collection, set item, components? No, I want to get an item. I want to get a component. I'm going crazy. Create node. Add comments. Game object. Wait. Component. Get. Try get. get or create as an action, as an expression. Sorry, as an expression. Try to get. Huh. Try get. The search is enabled in self. Ah, what? I don't get this. What? So try to get that controller. You then have the result. Triggers the execution on this node. So when on run, what do I want to do? I want to enable or disable this. I don't know. We'll do an if. If component. So if we have the components, and the condition is, how do I set the condition? Like, does it know that it's there? Expected system boolean. Well, I don't know what to do then. How do I hook this up? So I have a component. I have the thing. I have the result. Can I do something with this? Can I enable or disable it? Control flow operators. Wow. It's very limited in what you can do with any of this. How do I disable a component from the action graph? That feels like a very basic thing you'd want to do. No? Do I have to build my own action for it? Run actions. Using with C#, declaring a property. Adding parameters. Yeah. Oh, adding parameters. Oh. No, but I don't want parameters. When it runs, it's weird that you'd have parameters. Well, I guess you would have just components. Can I have like a list of parameters? Like, can I do like a, I don't know, what's like a thing? This is a very weird system. I guess it makes sense if you think about it more. But it's like, I don't even want it to know about the components. I want it to be a generic run something. Like when you'd have this, just like run something. I don't even want it to know about arguments. It's almost like you need a separate run from a run to be like, okay, do stuff with this. And I'm surprised that when you have the results of the components, you can't. Oh, you can. You can set it. You think those laws I mentioned earlier were Romeo and Juliet laws, not Robin Hood? You're right. It is Romeo and Juliet. I just keep thinking Robin Hood, and I don't know why. So I want to set it. Kind. What? Set enabled to false. Set it to false. So, and then I want you to run this. Add a reroute. Eh? Eh? A signal? What? What? Okay, get or create. There's no type. How do I... What is the point of using get or create when there's no types? I don't understand. Create? Type. There's no types of T's. There's no T. Collection. Set item. Be careful. A communist alien might be eating at my brain. What does that mean? What does that mean, chat? Like, explain to me what that means. What is the joke here? It's a brain slug. Like, why is it communist? That's pretty good. Why is it communist? T for required parameter. Is get or create just broken? Because it's T you can't specify as any value because it's T is a generic. But it's like, I know what T is. T should be a component type, but there's no way to specify it like you would here. Collection, set item, the list. I don't know. What do I do with the list? The more brain it consumes, the more things are replaced with Robin Hood in my memory. Oh, you're right. Steal from the rich, give to the poor. You can't use complex wordplay on me. I'm using all my brain power trying to understand what like this is. Okay, you need to let me survive a little. These component create T things don't work. I don't know why. What I don't know why T isn't populated. And the way that it runs something feels weird because it just feels like it's doing the wrong thing. But then also there's a bunch of like material stuff too. Like I can do material stuff here. Try get value from a hash thing. Game object. Component. Get or create T. Type library. Hmm. Might also be the stock market alien as well. Well, no, the stock market alien was a he was there for the whatchamacallit. Whatever idea that you made. The 1984 like ad jail. That was good. Reset a component. Your target is what? Hmm. How come this one has a target component that I can then probably define very easily as like this? So you entry point of the graph triggers the execution of this node. I want to run this. How come I can't run this? Like how come I can't go do this from this run? Does it have to be connected? Is the connection like not necessary? I'm assuming you'd have to. For each, I don't know, for each control flow type library, list for each. Unknown, unable to resolve method, signal not recognized. What I want to figure out is how do you get the flow of this working from an action graph perspective? When this runs, I want it to find something and then do something. So when this runs, in my head, I'm thinking of this flow of like this would connect to this to run, to then do this. But maybe you don't do that. You take the components, you then do a for each, which is probably the only way to like do it. So for each enumerable, which is this, you then do a body of like this. Sorry, you then take the value and you do this, or you run this. Unable to resolve type binding. So now I need to put this inside of a list. So now I need like a list. So I get like a. I fucking hate this. Get components. Get all. Try get. Is for each really the only way to do this? For. Has to be like other ways. For. Do. Like what's like a do command? Like taking some object, do this. Like from this value, do this to it. Like I don't understand how you do that. All. Completes after all chains of the actions connected from body complete. Wait, maybe we do it like this. So body is not the search. No, don't do that. Then we do because there's signals result. So you can do this, you can then do component, you can then do this, you can then disable it. So the target is there. You then do kind set, you then set it to false, and then when it's done, you do this. Son of a bitch. Body signal component. Try get component. Add reroute. How do I then signal that it's done? Like just an empty body of like if done. If. Yes, 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 yes. Is there a way to convert this to some value? I don't know. Clearly, I mean, clearly you can kind of go for an if. If, oh man, this feels like a very complicated way of doing things. Like, how do I just make it so that when this thing runs, do all this other stuff? Is that not the way you're supposed to use action graphs? Visual scripting. Because when I think about visual scripting, that's what I think about. Like when this runs, run these things on it, and then do this thing. And versus doing this and it having to convert it to different values to like do things. There's like a do node, do this. Action. Simple action component. Get keybind action. Simple trace result. Maybe I'm thinking of it. I must be thinking of it the wrong way, right? I must be thinking of it the wrong way. It doesn't make any sense otherwise to think of it like this. But I feel like is that really true though? Is that actually true? List. How do we get like a list? I list to get. I don't know. What? Mm-hmm. You can add it to a variable. I don't know, like foo. Yeah, sure. So now there's a foo. So now there's a foo. And then foo, can I do like a variable? Prefab variable, variable collection. Create. Create a collection. What's the target? I don't know. What's the target? I don't know. Add this. Add this. Create a variable collection. Missing value required for target. Maybe action graphs aren't the way to do it. Maybe I just hardcode it for now. Fuck it. I don't really want to deal with action graphs. The more we deal with action graphs, the worse things get for me because it's just complicated. There we go. Just do it like this for now. Doesn't really matter. We'll just drag it in and we'll just have it be manual for now. We'll just deal with it like this. There we go. That way it'll just automatically disable when we get there. Surely there must be an easier way to like do this. Surely. Surely. This is all to prevent like, different modes from interacting poorly. So while you have a snowball, you could do that. Okay, yeah. You go, no, yep. So while I have a snowball, you can't do the other stuff where you target things. Okay, we'll do it like this for now. I don't know how to replicate that through an action graph. It feels weird. There's something. Maybe my mental model is just too fucked up to understand it. But in my mind, if I define an action and I run something, how can I just like run stuff? How can I run like a search for something, get a thing, which seems to be doable, but there's no way to like define T for the get option and then do stuff from there. Like, how do I define sequences, chains of like actions? Maybe my mental model is wrong for using it, but I'm not gonna bother with it. It's too much work. I'll learn about it afterwards. 2 hours is a lie. We've been on this for 4 hours. Oh god, we're coming up on time. 1 hour 30. So we have this, and then the snowplow. So when you left click for primary, so primary. What would also draw the cursor? How do you draw UI on a screen? Anything built in for cursor stuff? No. Anything built in for cursor stuff? No. Okay, well, how do you do UI in the game? I know you use Razor to do stream UI. And Razor is like an HTML templating language, which is nice. But what goes into that? 2 ways to make UI. The panels in code that use Razor. It's recommended to use Razor. Gotcha. ASP.NET has a thing called Razor. File name is friendname.razor. Panels. If an HTML element starts with a capital letter, then we assume it's a panel and we'll try to create/use that class directly. How do you... I just want to see. There's no way it has something like the right panel. Screen panel. Hmm. 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 I want to see how you can get this in code to load. Like, how do you load this in? Generic components. You get generic razor panel. Styles and style sheets. UI basics. Custom fonts. No. Embedding websites. Not really, no. Creating web panel element. Then use the set surface. Like, where do you write this? This looks like that in a razor. Do you just write the file? Does it... Basically, what I'm trying to see is what is the flow? How does it instantiate the UI from a razor file? Right? Just the way it is, I don't really understand how it works. Sorry, that was like dead silence. That was weird. As soon as your pause screen is a simple thing with the pause panel enabled. Pause panel. Pause panel. Panel. Ah. So you have a panel that you have here. I see. So you make a panel and then you enable it or disable it to show it. And in the panel itself is where you put your razor code. That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's like, what is the flow and what's the connection between panels and the razor? Or is there even a connection between the two? Right? But it feels like that makes sense. I don't know. The tutorial stuff is very weird. My panel.cs, yep. His example panel with a label that counts forever. Okay, so if I use this and I extend from the panel, I can then have it. It has like a label on, but parent equals this. Yeah, okay, yeah. Equals new label. Yep. And this is the panel itself. This is the UI itself in the Explorer. But presumably you can do this through Razor and it'll just work. The problem is that the Razor that shows here is like a whole template. Like, do you put this into a Razor file? And then how do you use this Razor file somewhere? You know what it is? There's something about the way that people write wiki stuff. There's something about the way people write tutorials, right? Tutorials I often find tend to miss the beginning and the end of something. Knowing about the in between is nice, but beginning and end is very important because it's like, where do you slot this in, and how does it work? Like, you really explaining like how this actually works and how it flows. How do you then? How does the engine know whether to use this razor file? Because I can just make that file anywhere, right? Does it just search through all of my code and sees a razor file and says use that one? How do I then control what appears at any moment versus just having it just appear all the time? I don't know. Or is that just a concern of ASP.NET's Razor itself? I don't fucking know. Sandbox Razor. Razor. Style editor. What? Posted 1 year ago. Style navigation, UI system overview, editing styles. There's something about Razor here. With our Razor templates. Anyone that has used Blazor can intuitively use our Razor system. Granted, that's probably not too many. Yeah. I mean, Blazor, sure, but like, how do you actually make the thing? Do you just make the file? Like, do you just make Razor files and they show up? How do you integrate a Razor into a panel? Uses Yoga, right? Yoga. I mean, everything uses Yoga for layout. If you don't want to use like a full web, like web renderer. Okay, sure. App.res is a root component for the app. CS is the entry point that starts the server. See, this is the thing, right? Because in the context of Blazor, you have a server, and that server would start something and then serve something that would then pull in your Razor files. How the fuck do you get? How do you replicate this? The entry point for the application that configures the thing and then pulls in shit. How do you like what is the equivalent of starting the Blazor server and pulling in the Razor files for Sandbox? That's the thing I don't understand. What's the equivalent within Sandbox? That's the starting point that's missing from her. I don't know. we'll just wing it. We'll use a panel first and we'll go from there. UI basics, we'll make a panel and we'll go from there. So I need to do like a. I mean, is it even worth it to do a UI like that? To do like a like cursor? I guess it's like it's really the only way that you can, right? It's really the only way that you can. Hmm. How come this thing doesn't have any information on it? Panel. Component editor panel. Razor and panel class UI. Full styles use some IntelliSense difficulties. UI. Editor tools. Because your own editor tools have to create the game. On enabled, on disabled the scene. Maybe there's an example of Razor mix in here. You can create UI that will overlay. New widget window, new button. I don't know. Razor. UI. Dev preview. First steps. Play testbed. Create new project. Join the DIA Discord. Fuck you. Size sandbox. Play testbed. Find the game called testbed. The menu user URL system was like HTML with C#. It's basically Blazor. I mean, I know it's basically Blazor, but how the fuck do you... Oh, you can download the source for that game. Oh, wait. Perfect. Hey, here we go. Now we get to see how that works. So your UI, it is in the panels. So you do use the panels. Okay, so here is how it works. You literally, your panels are this. Okay. So you either make a panel, like a class that is based off of a panel, or you just make a Razor file, and that will just be used. I don't. It just uses them, and then I'm assuming you just hook it up that way. Maybe internally it converts this into a panel that you would then apply to the things, and then you could like enable it or like disable it. That would make a lot more sense to me. Okay, cool. Root. It's because of that root component. Okay. That was awful. That was a long time coming. What's it called again? What's a file extension? It's Razor. Huh. I don't know. Cursor. Well, in-game. I guess like in-game.razor. Whatever. Like as you're there. Not a class. No, it's not a class. No, it's not .cs. You son of a bitch. Son of a gun. There you go. Using sandbox. Oh, it has it in the IntelliSense actually. God, I haven't used. I think the last time I used Blazor in general for like things, or like something like this. Maybe it was just something like this. Was like a long time ago. Panel component. So when you inherit a panel component, it then becomes a component, right? So if I look at this, I can now go to my camera. I'm assuming I can see in-game, which is that component. That is such a confusing flow. That's the thing that's missing, is like just make the file. Like the step that's missing from this documentation on how to use Razor is make the file, extend it from this thing, and then it'll just be usable. Like you can just use it like that. It feels weird, but oh well, whatever. Whatever. But also, wait, the example on the wiki doesn't have that. So what's the difference? I don't know anymore. All right, I don't know. I actually don't know. How come the example on the wiki doesn't have it? Is it because it's a community example? I don't know. I'm not gonna join the Discord. Fuck it. Maybe I should join the Discord and just get over it, right? There's too many Discord channels now. Even just for my stream account. Like my stream Discord doesn't have that many channels, but it's already too much to like keep like track of. And I have to sift through Discord for information. It's like trying to find information on like Slack. Like just I don't know. I'm not down for it. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just do it like this. You raise components, yep, and then you got this, that. The code section is over there. So the root of this thing, everything has a root, right? Okay, everything has a root. Oh, 4? Ew. Any way to do like 2? I guess that's a default code style. Sure, fuck me, I guess. I want this thing to be like the entire screen. to draw the cursor in the middle. And then I can use this to display UI elements too. Is there a way to make components that you just use in these? I guess there is, right? Because you have the input testing HUD has input analog hint. What's input analog hint? Where'd you get that? Where'd you get this component? Input hint. Oh, okay. So you can reuse it. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, makes sense. And if you don't extend it from it, then it's just a component that you can reuse. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. So okay, fine. Fuck it. Style. Oops. Wait. That's a handy feature for it to like automatically fix this. It doesn't do it. So style, we'll do it like this. We'll do it like that. It's fine. It's okay. Invalid expression term. What? What do you mean? I mean, fuck you. This shit works for them. How come it doesn't work for me? They literally told me to check this out. Oh, it's because I inherited it, so it doesn't have like a can't have style. I don't know. Invalid expression. Oh, it's because it's like empty. Is that why? Because it's empty. And can you just use CSS here? Is that possible? Huh. But is it the same CSS? Like, is this input hint a class? No. You what? You define it. This name is not a class name. The class names go inside as well as your. So your selectors go inside. What you have to first do is specify what the context of it is. It's kind of like the namespace of it. I'll probably just name it the exact same way because I can't figure out what this is. Oh God. Well, everybody has to make their own. Everybody has to make their own HTML. Everybody has to make their own HTML, eh? Oh yeah, I see how it goes. But then I can apply styles at the top level, which I'm assuming applies it at the root, which is kind of nice. Yeah. So the in-game UI is like the entire thing. I don't know. I'm assuming you can just do this. It's fine. I'm assuming there's no VW2 either, so we'll just do it like this, the entire screen. And then this thing would be the container for the cursor itself, which has to be right in the middle of the screen. Yeah. Okay, do it like that. Yeah, okay. So like this, and then can you just do like? I'm assuming this is. I don't know. I feel like it's like not HTML, but it is. Is it? It is. It's just HTML. Why do I feel so weird? So like weird about this. Equals. I don't know. Center horizontal. What's this? Root panel. Can I reuse this? Root panel. Where is this file? Styles, root panel. Color white. Center horizontal. I don't remember actually all of the whatchamacallit. All of the little selectors, especially these ones. Like there's a bunch of selectors and I never remember any of them. Transform origin. MDN. Yeah, it's good. There we go. Form origin. I think I rarely use this because this is really only useful for certain things. Yeah, the origin for element transformations. Yeah, it's only really useful if you do like animation stuff. Yeah. It's the last time I used it. I mean, I do need that anyways. Center horizontal. Yep. I mean, not top center though. I'd probably just do like center overall. Well, that's only if I want to transform it. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. What I need is just something that like, just centers things. Okay, well, just like fucking, just fully centered. I know, just fully centered. Doesn't really matter. Centered, and then we go like this. Is there flex? If it uses yoga, I'm assuming there is flex. Not that you really need flex. I just need like a justify content, whatever. It does have flex. That's interesting. Wait, can you do this without thing? And whatever, justify content, align items. Center. I forget if you can do this without having to set the display build to flex. I'll figure it out. I just want the thing to be centered. So fully centered, and in the middle of this, we'll have the whatchamacallit, the cursor. Because basically, I want this one panel to be everything for the UI. Because you'll have your cursor in the middle. You'll have input hints on the bottom right, probably. If I think of like how the UI is going to look. Oh, shit. We need to draw a fake screen. It's more and more complicated the further we go. I miss when it was easy. I miss when we would do programming streams and we'd laugh at the funny mask. Now it's complicated. So the UI is like this. This is a quick mock-up. You have your crosshair in the middle. This is what you're looking at in the middle. You have input hints on the bottom right here. Is it a good place to put it though, or is that annoying? You also need a map, like a top-down mini map or something would be nice. I mean, let's just put like loot boxes on the side here too. Fuck it, right? Like a quest thing. But at least some section for you to have input hints would be handy. Because I guarantee you it's going to be very confusing. Like very confusing if you don't know what to do. So this is like input hints. So like press this to do this, or press this to do this. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Stuff like that. Really close. Cursor needs to be in the middle, which is why it's centered. It's why the div covers the entire thing. Realistically, I'd probably make it just absolutely positioned and just put it all over the place because it has to ignore layout entirely. And then I guess that's really it. Because there's no health bar. People can't die. Yeah, people can't really die. Maybe like a compass or something? I don't know. What else would the UI need? Is it easy to know that escape goes to the menu? Probably yes, because s&box itself would tell you about using escape to go into the menu. Or like if you play s&box, then you know that escape is the menu button, and that's like the most average thing. So maybe don't even show all that. You just need some place to show the contextual actions plus the crosshair. Okay, yeah, it's good. Yeah, fuck it. I know this is weird, but trust me on this. Totally fine. How do you make a full thing again? Whatever. Like it's like this. And then top 0, left 0. Yeah, there we go. I mean, top, left, bottom, right could all be 0, but it doesn't really matter. Top, left, 0, height, width, height, you do that. Justify contents in the center. You then have to draw your cursor. Can you just add images in this? I feel like this doesn't feel real. Something about like the combination of these two things doesn't feel real in my mind. How do you then reference like an image from like assets? I get like a image of like a thing, of like a cursor. Do we just draw one? I mean, I could just draw one in HTML. It'd be annoying, but well, it's not annoying. Oh. Input glyph small. Text. Glyphs. Input analog hint. Image glyph. Get set. Oh. Oh. That's interesting. And then your image references the glyph, which is the variable that you set here. And then if glyph is null, you do return. Otherwise, you set the texture of the glyph based on whatever you want. That's wow. Huh. This feels like, you know what it is? It feels illegal. This genuinely feels illegal. Like I shouldn't be able to like do this, and yet it totally works in my mind. Like as soon as you see it, you're like, oh yeah, like this actually makes sense for if you need to like do a lot of interrupt, right? And then it's like, okay, the image cursor. I don't know. Okay, well, there's no point in doing this. It's the same anyways. It doesn't really matter to specify it. Do I need to do the // at ref thing? I wonder if that matters. And then ref equals a cursor. It does, because I don't have a slash ref. So you have to specify this, I'm assuming, to get this, or cannot convert source element. How do you get this to have a source element? My brain hurts. Yeah, do you like the police car song? It's a very good song. It's a surprisingly stupid song. Is this not the right image? Using sandbox UI. Using sandbox UI, using system. Using system. Well, that's only if I need to use system. How come, okay, so how come it works there but not here? It's not this thing. That specifier doesn't do anything. Is it the type of image? I can't tell. I really can't tell. On after tree render. What the fuck is a tree render? Events. You can hook regular panel events without just starting with on. What? On click. What? With on. What? On. Alright, so on click and then to go into C# code. Right, to go into C# code, hook into it. That's how you do it for that, for like an on click in HTML, but not doing it. Aha. Get a reference to a created panel using ref. Oh, to a created panel using ref. Okay, so I'm sorry. So ref is a reference to a created panel. I feel like everything hurts. What the fuck do you use Blazor? It's the police coming at you for illegal programming. Oh, sorry. You know I don't have good memory. You know I'm gonna forget. So what is this glyph? So this glyph is not that glyph. So this glyph is not that glyph because actually the at ref is referring to wait. You can get a reference to a created panel using at ref. Reference is only available after the UI has been built because the UI elements won't exist before then. After the UI is built, on after tree render is called, which you can override to access the references. The panel. So why did they use at ref there if it's for panels? Yeah, okay. Well, let's just figure this out. We'll be very curious to see. Unless there's an image component. Is an image component? Like, what is this image? Image. A generic box that displays a texture within itself. It is a panel. So the reason why it's saying this is because I'm missing the override. That makes sense. Override. Protected. Override. On after. Well, how do I find the various overrides? On after. Wait a minute. Override void. Style. It's because I'm inheriting from a panel. So I don't have it. Right? Is that why? I'm assuming because I'm inheriting from this that I don't have the ability to then get the thing. Alright. Protected. Override. Void. This just feels illegal. I don't know why. So on after tree render. Bool first time. What? Okay. There is no suitable method for override. What is override void? On after tree render. How outdated is all of this? How outdated is like all of this documentation? Like everything. Because you know what? Fuck you. We're gonna Blazor. Blazor image source. Perfect. Place images in a thing. Da, 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 da. Or is it the way that specified it? I don't know. Image at ref. Public image. Wait a minute. Please don't tell me it's like that. Yeah, that doesn't matter. You can do it like that. Can I convert? Maybe this error doesn't actually matter. Maybe this error is like lying to me, right? There's a good chance the error actually is like wrong. Like I'm expecting this like weird cacophony of like a melding of HTML and C# to like have perfect IDE integration when it might not even be true. Input.getGlyph. Well, I don't really want the glyph. I just want the texture though. I do want to get something. How do I get like an image of something? It had to be a texture. Maybe there's already a texture built into it that I can just set, which would be straightforward. But now I can add in-game UI. Well, if it compiled. Son of a bitch. Oh, because it's not a inherits panel component. There we go. Do this. No suitable. It's fine. Ignore that. Well, I can't ignore it. Okay. Well, GG. Sure. I can't even see the property. Can't even see the property. How would you set the value? That's the analog hint. Build hash. This is for you to know whether or not to. This is for you to know whether or not to rebuild the tree. To tell it to literally rebuild the UI. I don't think any of this works. Maybe this example doesn't really work. How about this? How about this? Even easier than everything that we've been doing so far. Way easier, okay? Well, yeah, and then just do a plus. Yeah, let's just do it like that. That's good. And if I add this to my thing, I'm curious if this actually works. I have no clue. Does not. How do I make it appear? How do I make it appear now? Error opening style sheet. File not found. What? So you need a style sheet for everything? But this thing doesn't have a style sheet. Am I stupid? Like, I thought you could do inline SCSS and it'd be fine. And it wouldn't look for a style sheet. No? Like, it's... Let's make a file. Make a file. Okay, well, do this. Pop this down. Enable file watcher to compile SCSS to CSS. No. Don't do that. Okay, so now there's no more errors. Now there's no more errors. Now my HTML just sucks. Yay. I'm just happier that my HTML sucks than like not. But also, is it maybe on the wrong place? Where do you apply panels? BRB? I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I just had to open the door. So now my code is just wrong, but how do you inspect your code? Like, what's the equivalent of I mean, there's a UI inspector, right? So there should be a UI inspector. But how do you get the UI inspector? Like, what do you actually assign UI? So, okay, so we have this. UI panels, here we go. Pick. Okay, I don't know why it doesn't work now. So there's still a problem of like, how do you actually use the fucking UI shit? Okay, well, we'll figure this out. the UI is gonna go in the back burner for a bit. It's fine. We just want. I thought making the UI would be much simpler because it's HTML, but then it's that glue layer that I need to learn. I need to learn the Blazor glue layer to make sense of it. SCSS is straightforward. I just don't remember what it is. It's been a while since I've used it, but yeah, it should be okay. But whatever is in front, whatever I'm currently looking at in the center of my screen, I need to do a raycast from the center of the screen outwards towards the where our look direction. Whatever I'm looking at needs to be highlighted. So there's a highlight thing over here. There we go. There we go. You need the highlight component to the camera. The camera needs a highlight component. Sure. It's honestly confusing. The way that these things work is very, very confusing. Highlight, there we go. So this thing being on it should be fine. Now we just need to do a raycast. Or like a trace of some kind. Just stay there. We'll go back to that later at some point. Is there a way to do screen depth? Why did they use the eye emoji? Like they know what they're doing. For reading from the depth buffer. No, this is for, sorry, not the depth buffer. That's for something else. Screen panel? No. Wait, what? What's the difference between a screen panel and a panel component? What's the difference between a screen panel and a panel component? I really don't know. Trace. Was it Ray? There we go. No, what was the tracing thing again? Was it in debug? I'm sure it was in debug. What was it again? Sheets. No, it was here. Sheet. Jesus Christ. Asserting. Yep. Tracing. Traces. There we go. Simplest trace. Screen.trace. It's in the scene. In the scene. How do you do from the center of your screen? Is there a way to convert from screen coordinates to non-screen coordinates to like world coordinates? Because that would be handy. Because then you could do a trace very easily from that level. Don't make the same mistake I did. The get failed. If the script is not in a scene, now sign is a component, but a standalone script that uses a scene that trace, which some other script calls some function from the script, it will not work because there's a not in the scene. You have to use game.activeScene so you can use its functions. Otherwise, it will give you a null reference if you remember it correctly. That feels straightforward. Yeah, what? But thank you, though. That's handy to know. How do you convert from screen space to real space, right? Because it's like, traces only happen within the scene. Well, does it really matter? Is there like a way to, it's like a screen, I don't know, screen? There kind of is. Screen position. Shader graph, no. Shader graph, no. Screen position, editor. Loader full screen. Ray screen position. Man, it's weird. How would you check what's right in front of you? That you're looking at too. That you have to be looking at. Because what you want to do is like you want to, from the center of your screen, you want to check if there's something there, and then you want to see it. But the center of your screen is really it's really wherever the camera is. It's like the middle point of the camera's fulcrum. So is it the fulcrum? I think that's the term. So it's whatever the middle point of the camera's like view is, right? You then need to go from that in the direction of the camera, which should always be the same, like normal as the normal that you're looking at, like as your screen, and you just shoot it out from the center towards that direction until it hits something within a specified distance. Then you do stuff with it, and then you would add the component to highlight stuff to it. How do you get the camera? It's on the camera. Well, oh no. It's easy to do that. Can you manipulate the camera component? There we go. There we go. Add point. There we go. Point to screen normal or screen normal to ray. There we go. Yeah, screen normal to ray. What does that mean? Vector 3 normal position. Screen normal. What? So it's all in the camera. We can get the camera component on the thing, and then we can pull it down and be like, okay, well, what's in front of us? Hmm. And it's based on where the camera is too, based on what you're looking at. How does this work? Because the camera is on top of the head of the character. Camera is on top of the head of the character. So the head of the character has the camera. This feels like a pyramid head situation, but instead of being like a pyramid head and like being a buff, he's really skinny and he's just here as like a thing to hold the camera. Right? So he's like looking towards this way. You want the ray to originate from the camera position, which makes sense. So it's not just the normal that you need. You want the screen pixel to ray. Can be used to convert mouse position to world space. So that's like nice and all, but how do you query for like, because screen pixel depends on your screen size. It's literally your resolution divided by 2. So you then need to get the resolution of your screen to do it. And presumably, because it's based on your screen, presumably it should start from here and then shoot out depending on the direction. How do you get the resolution of like the player's thing? Like, I don't know, system. Display. Resolution. Son of a gun. Maybe, game. No, it's not game. It's not game. We have a camera component. Camera component. Tool. What? Camera component tool. Oh, shoot. There we go. So if we have this, I don't know why it doesn't autoplay. I'm so sorry. The clear flags with the camera, background color. Basically, do I even need to get the screen resolution, or is it all a part of the camera, like the viewport? The size of the camera represented on screen. Normalized between 0 and 1. To do, they should use a rectangle. Yeah, it should. Right now, it's just like a quadruple. Accessory for getting this camera is scene camera. What is a scene camera? Represents a camera and holds render hooks. This camera can be used to draw tool windows and scene panels. I think we're going too far down. That's way too many. That's way too low level to be safe to use without having to redo everything, right? You want to stay within like a level of abstraction that the engine gives you, and you don't want to go too deep into low level, because when you do, you're going to be redoing everything when they do eventually fix it. Honestly, my brain might be mush at this point, and we may have to call it. Just genuinely, like, I don't know if I can actually keep on doing this. My brain is fully done. Point to screen normal. Point to screen normal, you then get a vector of like that. sr.size, screen rect. The size of the viewport in screen coordinates. Hey, there we go. Point to screen normal, you get this, and SR times SR.size. What? What? No, but the viewport, is that the same? No, a viewport's different, right? Isn't the viewport like a whole different thing? Yeah, the viewport is this. It's normalized between 0 and like 1. And then, the Z plus the W spans it out. That's just normalizing it based on the viewport, so you get like an accurate value. I still need some way to get. Well, I mean, you can get the mouse position like that other person did. Right? Camera screen pixel to array mouse. Mouse dot position. That still doesn't help me. How do I get the screen resolution so I know it's in dead center in the middle of your screen? Because screen pixel, if you have an 800 by 600 screen, the middle is 400 by 300. If you're on 1440p, That's like 1280 by 768. How do you get the resolution of the goddamn game? Why is it so hard to find things? Wait, game. We are gaming. Okay, well. Why is it so hard to find things, actually? Application. I'm sick and tired of seeing these comments. Why do they allow people to do this? Like, it's funny. It's funny, but it's also like, Jesus Christ, save me. Is standalone, is focused, is debug. Oh, this is how you check debug. Okay, well, that's okay. Good to know. Real time input network. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, we can work backwards from this. You could theoretically work backwards from this. Screen pixel to ray, right? So now you get the screen pixel position. You can also go point to screen pixels. So you can sort of go from here and then you see what this does. How does it know what the screen is? And how does it know the limits of it? Does it care about the limits? It doesn't. This frustrum. This is it, the frustrum. The screen transform. No, this is just transforming some value. Okay. No, it's oh god. World to view, view to world. Maybe this is it. Vector 3 results, screen transform. Maybe that is it. Yeah. How do you get the frustrum? Is this public? Can I use this? Private. See frustrum. Fuck. It's an internal structure. Init camera, set camera width heights, field of view. How do you get the resolution of things? This is size. The size of the screen. Oh! Oh, magnifique. Oh, yes. Why is that not listed here? No, it's not even listed here. You see this? Like, it's not even listed here. It's not even available. Because it only lists properties. Like, if I go to background color, right? It's case sensitive, isn't it? I really should do insensitive, but no, this isn't a property either. It's just the same as it's the same as the other one. It's the same as this. Same definition. There's no property attribute on it. Like, it's the exact same. I don't know. I don't know why. Like, it's not. I guess it's not automated to like push. I guess would be handy to push it automatically though. Okay, so we do this. We do that. What else do we do? So now we have the screen. So now we have the camera size. I can do the camera size divide by 2. It's going to be a vector 2. Take the x, take the y, get a screen to ray. Which way does the ray point? We do forward. Okay, so okay, yeah. So if you put down, to places with implicit no could messes up. Means it's a better single flow. Yeah, it's whatever. Fine flow. Okay, I don't know why I did this. TBH. And on update as we're fuck. Okay, well, we'll do it like this, because there's a couple places. Ray from center. Ray from screen center. Yeah, okay, fuck it. Ray from screen center. We just need to do this, find something, and then get the results back. I don't know what like a ray trace result is. What's the type? Screen trace result. So we do a screen trace. No shit. I'm not allowed access to that type? Really? That's... wow. Scene trace. Oh. What? Dot run. Read only scene trace result. Public struct scene trace result. Expose. If set on a type can be created and manipulated via the type library system. This is only useful for internal libraries because everything in compiled add-ons assemblies are accessible anyways. Right. Yeah, because when you're working with your own add-ons, everything's accessible within the assemblies themselves. This is only for them to expose things from their side internally on Sandbox to, I guess, us for typing purposes. So they can't do that. So they can't use it. So scene trace. Oh, I can. Okay, well maybe I just typed it wrong. I don't know. This has to return the scene trace result. So now I know the size. I need the camera. I'll have to get the camera. Fuck it. Camera components. We'll get the camera components. Camera components. Yep. Doesn't really matter. Okay. And then we do assert, not null. Wait, assert dot not null. Camera component. Just for now, we'll fix this later. If we have it, what we can do is we can camera component dot screen pixel to ray. I guess pixel position is a vector 3. I feel like that's what? Wait, doesn't make any sense. What? How'd they convert the mouse? Is the mouse position encoded as a vector 3, even though it's like a vector 2? Or maybe there's implicit whatchamacallit? Conversion if you just use it. Camera component dot size. No. Don't do this to me. Please don't do it. Please don't do this to me. You son of a bitch. With size. You fucker. I just saw size. Size? Dog. Screen rect. The size of the viewport in screen coordinates. Get screen dot size. Access screen dimensions. Oh, it's a separate thing. It's screen. So why do I need you? why do I need the camera? Fuck it. Well, I still need the camera actually because I want to do it from the camera, but then I can do okay. So I can get the camera. We do this screen pixel to array and then screen dot size. Wait, it's a getter, so it doesn't really matter. Divided by 2. Can you just do this? And it should be implicit conversion dot run. Wait, screen pixel to array. What is array? What is array? What is array? It's a struct describing an origin and a direction. So it's a struct that describes where it's going. I mean, I really want to do like trace. Let's just make this do the entire thing. The trace, okay. This is stupid. I don't know. I'm just kind of doing it as I go. But I can already tell this code is way too complicated and I should simplify this down. So we now do the array. We do a screen.trace. Is scene.scene.trace. Scene.trace. Dot array. We do this array, and then what was it? For how long? Or for how far? For how far? Maybe like 50F. I don't really know. Dot run. And whatever we hit first, we just give that result back. So as we're looking at it, trace. So as we're looking at it, we can then apply like a highlight to it. Okay, if dot hit. I mean, whatever. Result equal. This is stupid. I can only tell that was a stupid function. I just did it so it was easier for me to like understand what I was doing, but really, it shouldn't be a separate function if it's going to be one thing, unless I reuse it, in which case, that level of granularity was just made up for me to understand what it does. If we have the hit itself, result dot game object dot components dot create a type of component, we can then do, what is it called again? Highlight outline. There we go. Then, how do we know when we look away? I mean, we know what's currently being highlighted, so it's easy, right? Really, this should be like an entirely different thing. This should be an entirely different component because this is like too much now. Current highlight. So current highlight is this. And also, like, you kind of want to define what you can highlight because, like, really, we only want the player to highlight things that they can interact with. Because if they look at the floor, it's gonna light up. The floor is gonna light up, and they'll be like, "What the fuck is going on?" Oh, that's gonna be so confusing. So we need some filters. So it's still like a okay. So this is good to do. Maybe do this in a different place. Highlighting is a very different concern from what this is doing. To do some way to filter things based on whether or not they should be highlightable. As it stands, the player can look at the floor and light that shit up like a Christmas tree. What are tags? Tags. Usable things. They use the group physics objects to decide which should collide with each other. Holy shit, we got the answer immediately. Wait, this is exactly the problem I was trying to find. They use the group physics objects to decide what should collide with each other. They use by cameras to decide what should render, and they be used by programmers to do whatever they want. Huh. I set the tags inside the other. Can I do tags in here? No. Render tags. Render exclude tags. I mean, that'd be really good for like an invis effect or something. In general. But how do I then say, like, how do I set tags from here? I guess you kind of have to do it through code only, which you still then need a component to set there. Oh, this is so stupid. Oh, what if you just make a generic component that just adds a bunch of tags? You know what I mean? And then you just have like a list on that component, and then as soon as it starts, it just adds those tags to your whatever you're working with. That's like the easiest way to do it. Like, but then that should just be like a built-in thing. I'm surprised that tags is not a built-in thing. Or maybe there is. I'm just missing the UI for it. What's this? Network settings. Don't even bother touching that. Don't touch that yet. That's for later. Huh. Yeah, what do you know? There's no way to do tags. Huh. Yeah, what do you know? There's no built-in way to do tags. It's so weird. Yeah. Available? What the fuck is this? Sandbox API. Sandbox is a parody of in-game currencies and can't be bought with real-world money. You get 25 Sandbox for free every day you play a supported game mode. While in a supported game mode, enter S-Bucks into your console to view your balance. Wow. What's crazy is that that's actually pretty good UI for buying things. That's actually decent. And you get to see like what your balance is after. This has the perfect amount of like dark patterns, right? It hides how much balance you'll have left after your transaction at the bottom in very small fonts, such that you won't know if you're ultimately losing money on this trade. It does such a good job of like just everything. It's so good at being so evil. So good. The floor. Let's light up the floor. The floor is everywhere. I do love placeholder textures. I wish I could get that texture. I'm pretty sure I like have it. I should be using that actually to understand like what is the scale of things. This is the best UI ever. I'll be right back though. I have to go check something. Okay, sorry. It's getting around that time. We're close to finishing. I'll be back in 3 minutes, and then we'll be done in like half an hour because I have to do a thing. So I have to prepare for it tomorrow. So BRB. Hey, back. Sorry, I had to say hello. It was it's Asian family stuff. Oh, Lo, it has floor on the panel. You were referring to the floor getting highlighted. Don't worry. Yeah, I understood it both ways. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it would be funny to have the floor like light up like a Christmas tree, right? But I feel like that's too much. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it has to have some limit there. For now, though, we'll just focus on this, and we'll figure out a different way of doing it next time. Disco. That'd be a crazy disco implementation, to be fair. It would be fun. Actually, that'd be a fun game mechanic, right? Imagine like you're in a thing. Imagine you're in like a room. Saki, hey, hello, hello. How are you? How are you? I'm not saying your name. It's not a you thing. I'm just trying to not say anyone's name. I'm trying to keep you all as chat. But I recognize you. I recognize you. Look, well, you're gonna fall asleep really fast. You're about to eat and watch the show. Which show? Did you finish that other show? The candle something? I forgot the name of it now. The light candle. My wife and I have been watching a lot of what's the shows? You know the channel, like the Hong Kong channel, where it's like it has that globe, the green globe thing in the logo. Yeah, Candle in the Tomb. Yeah, exactly. That's the one. That idea of a disco plus like it hanging from the ceiling. Imagine you have a disco ball and you can't see anything, right? I mean, because you'd have to start with a game where you need to like mark things with like a light structure. Like you have to shoot things with like you know how Alan Wake has like the laser mechanic or like the flashlight thing? But in this one, you can't see them unless you like laser them first. So you have to laser a monster to like see it. And then you could do it onto a disco ball to like reveal a bunch of them temporarily. Like that'd be a cool level in a game that had that mechanic. That'd be a fun mechanic for like a level like that. Because you shine your laser at the ball, it reflects everywhere, and then you see like a bunch of monsters everywhere. It's like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, let's just kill them. You know what I mean? I'll write that down. 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 And then write it down. Another laser monster game. Need laser to reveal monster temporarily by flashing them with the laser. After laser hits them, their reveal. I'm just gonna say the same thing. Has a disco ball level where a ton of monsters come at you, and it would normally be very difficult to beat, but you can use the disco ball to reflect your laser everywhere to mark them all to quickly knock them down. And then you would have an achievement if you can do it without the disco ball or you shoot the ball down, right? I think that'd be cool. Wow. Do you see what happens when we just go with the flow? We get so many cool ideas that I'll never make. Look at this fucking folder. I even have a pasta explorer. What does that mean? What's this? Oh yeah, I forgot the pasta explorer. No, I remember the pasta explorer. This is a copy. This is a copy pasta explorer. This is a copy pasta explorer. Basically, you know, like some chats have like the meme for that chat. Like there's a certain like I've seen a lot of like okay ban bao in like various chats for like VTubers, right? What you can then do is then you can identify a new copy pasta being born with the pasta explorer, where it just counts how many times a particular phrase is like used, and then you just increment like a counter, which is very cheap. It's basically you can just use like anything for it. You can use like you can even do it in like memory and just have like a SQLite in memory DB and just never turn it off, and you'll eventually get like a listing of like copy pastas. Then you have like expiry time. Like it's a pretty cool system. That way, I can explore the culture, right? Like you'd have a diagram that shows the culture of like chat and how chat behaves, and you can sort of see like okay like what is this chat kind of like you go into a stream into my stream and be like I kind of want to join chat. Are there any things I can use to like blend in? You go to the pasta explorer and you see things like cock and balls and you're like okay well I'm getting out of here. I still think that's a good idea. That's a lot of things over here. Let's just ignore that. What was I doing? Right. Current highlights. So I now need to do the current highlights. So current highlights equals result dot speech recognition result. What the fuck? What the fuck? No way. Yo. Yo. Dude, how come no one's made like a horror game from this? Like again, like here, another game idea that I had. Don't steal this. Actually, fuck you. You guys are stealing me. Like, just I feel like there's so many tools already built into this. That's so good because you use this to make any kind of game. I mean, you could make a Phasmophobia instead of Sandbox and be great because that game has just very short sessions, and joining every single time with a new person might be interesting too from that perspective. Especially if you add this idea of like a doppelganger ghost that like pretends to be someone. Like imagine if Lethal Company had like random lobbies every single time. You could do that within Sandbox. I feel like the platform has so much potential. Just needs more people to work on it. And more money. I need more money. God. Result dot game object. Okay, we'll do it like this, and we'll do it like this, and then current highlight. There we go. Like that, and then while we have a result, so if result dot hit and current highlight equal null, well, maybe even don't even do it. Like if we, yeah, I mean, and current highlight not equal result dot game object. Is there an equality equals? There's probably like an equals. Okay, I kind of figured. Like they handle game object identity through like a hash, so you can't just use the equal operator because then it'd be kind of weird to define the operation. However, they could define the operation anyways, so does it really matter? If I go here, is there like an equals operator, like equals? Operator. No, there's no operators. Okay, so you have to use equals. Yeah, okay, yeah, makes sense. I too don't want to go down that rabbit hole of what equals what using like an operator. It just doesn't really work. It's very hard to keep track of over long periods of time. Result.game object. Yep, it can be like this. Okay. So if it doesn't equal them, we can add a current one, and then if, well, first remove the highlight from the old one if it exists. So if current highlight not equal null, remove the highlight from that currently. So current highlight dot components dot how do you remove it? How do you get highlight outline dot destroy. So you just destroy it. Okay. Then you have a new one that you then track. Okay, this should be good. The level's gonna light up, so I don't know if this is like an epilepsy warning, so just be wary. Like if you start, like you might start seizing. If it works. If it works. If it worked, you motherfucker. I'm done. I'm too tired. Okay? I'm too tired to fix this. It just to do. Doesn't work. Why, bro? Why, dude? Why, man? Okay, I'm done. Listen, we're not anywhere close to finishing the MVP. And it's gonna get very, very hard. I'm gonna be dedicating more times because the schedule is still in flux for the rest of the month. More time to the Sandbox game. I at least want to get it to a point where it's playable and where it actually looks decent. Okay, I'm gonna need to spend some time doing other things though, like work stuff. And there's already games that I have planned for tomorrow as well as the rest of the week involving games that we need to finish. So, future plans starting from next week onwards will be completely different. Thank you for watching the Sandbox segment. I'm so sorry we left with nothing, but we got even more code down, and we learned more about the engine, and we recognize that this platform has so much possibility, and I wish there was more ways to make things for it. I always overestimate or underestimate the amount of work, and I overestimate my capabilities. Something about, why do I overestimate my capabilities? Am I stupid? I don't know anymore. But you know what? I just feel like that. I feel like that inside.